Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome to the HRC After Chat, which normally, for those of you that have been hanging out with us for months and months and months, we do this after every live stream. We have not been doing it on YouTube, largely because we had some differencing information on Twitch as far as like if I could or couldn't do it. Twitch has been very hands-off with telling me, oh yeah, you're partnered, which to be honest, I don't even really want to be partnered with Twitch. I don't care either way. I don't care, to be honest. But at the same time, why would I not simulcast this to YouTube, where I have the largest community of people that listen? Because we cover a lot of ground on these after chats, and yes, we will dip into some nerdy stuff. Appreciate that is definitely going to happen, particularly as the hours go by. And yes, these do go for hours. If you are expecting something that is any more short form from my live streams, you can skip this right now. But what this does that the other videos that I don't do is we're hearing live from people in the chat with me, and they're asking their questions in real time. And so we're getting real answers from real people, and likely you may have similar questions and comments or curiosities. So how we do this is we run on Discord. So I'll pull up the Discord right now and see how everybody's doing. I got a good group in there. Let's go ahead and hop in right now.
I think you said,
"Are you sure?"
There he is.
Yeah,
I said, "Are you sure?" That's what I said.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, yes, I'm very sure.
Hello, how's it going, everybody?
Hi, Josh.
Hi, Josh.
How's it
Josh?
going? Hey, how's it going? All right, so we are live on YouTube and Twitch tonight for the YouTube after chat. So appreciate you guys joining us on Discord. It looks like we've got about 60 or 70 people in here right now, so right on. So everybody that's watching on Discord or Twitch, scroll down. Sorry, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, scroll down to the link to join the Discord. If you want to talk, you have to join the Discord and join the live stream chat. That's scroll down on the server and you'll see it. Okay, so welcome everybody that's out here. What we'd like to do is open the beginning of this up for people who are here for the first time that would like to have their questions heard and hopefully get an answer. So if you're here for the first time and like to say hi or ask a ham radio question that you've been dying to know the answer for, we'll do our best to help you. So come now. It only takes one person to break that ice.
Hey, you guys hear me all right?
Yeah. Poncho, go for it.
Hey, this is Tony, KO4OPY. Hey, quick question. Well, thanks for doing the openSpot4. That thing is incredible. So thanks for that.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Did you have a question?
Yeah, so I just bought an MFJ 1838 8-channel or 8-band cobweb, and I got it all put together today. And, man, I went to go tune it, and everything's just out of whack.
Okay, so the good news is the cobweb is really just a dipole when you get right down to it, right?
Yeah.
So do you have an antenna analyzer by chance?
I do. I got a rig stick, a little 230 mini.
Now, I don't know, I've never built the cobweb, but do they expect you to tune it to the final close-in tuning on your own?
So they say that everything but about 10 meters is pretty good. 10 meters is really narrow, so you have to choose the CW or phone. But everything else they say is pretty good. Follow the instructions. Got everything, wrapped in the isolators. But man, it just, I went to go tune it, and everything is just completely out of whack.
How far out of whack?
All the way.
They're completely whacked. Okay.
So my only I haven't done yet is rip apart the matching box.
Yeah.
But
so let me make sure I understand. It's not like the SWR is like 6-to-1. It's like 10 infinity level.
Correct.
Oh, then and all the bands are like that?
Well, most of the bands, I mean on like I think on like 12 meters you could see it come down to like 8-to-1, and then you on like 20 meters you see it like 20 meters it starts to dip down, but it's off in between 20 and 30 meters, and then it's gone for the rest of the bands.
Is it possible that you have the elements not matched up correctly, the left and right legs to each side of the matchbox? Have you flipped a couple of them accidentally maybe?
No, I did them one at a time, and they all lined up. I had a buddy watch. I mean, we did it together, and
yeah.
Everything is as per the instructions.
Okay. Boy, it sure sounds like you have a possible defect from MFJ. You might want to contact them, but MFJ is, for whatever, people say some bad things about MFJ occasionally, they actually do have a fairly nice, robust warranty in that if you open up the box and start looking at it and you find the solution to the problem, great, but if you don't, they'll still honor your warranty, even if you go in there and muck around a little bit. So it hurts you absolutely zero to open it up for your own education to see what's going on in there as well, so you may want to do that.
Okay, I'll try that. Yeah, I'm actually packing up, heading out of town, but I'm going to take my FT5DR and my openSpot with me, so that's really convenient. But as soon as I get back into town, I'll rip open the box, and then I really appreciate it, though. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, hey, well, we got other people in the chat that may be more familiar with the antenna than I am, so does anybody want to add anything to that?
Not really, but I've seen Eric do it. Eric's got a video on it, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Eric Ham Radio Concepts has a video on the Cobweb. You may want to go take a look at that.
It sounds like something is shorted.
Well, that would be a dead short. That would be flat out horrible SWR. If he gets down to like 8-to-1, like showing life on the meter, that implies to me that it's not a straight dead short, that there's actually something screwy going on. So, here's the other thing you can do. Now that I think about it. You said you got the stick, right?
I do.
Okay, so put it in free mode and open it up to 10 megahertz, the maximum bandwidth that the meter will show you, and just start sliding up and down and seeing if there actually is a dip. If there is a dip somewhere, it means that the links of the radiators, the radiating elements, is wrong and needs to be adjusted. If not, and it's just all bad across, like straight across, no dips, nothing like that, except for just little gradual ups and downs over a long distance, and you likely have a defect of some kind and should probably talk to MFJ.
Okay, I'll try that out. I really appreciate it, and I'll triple check my measurements, but I thought I measured it 3 times, but again, I really appreciate all y'all help.
Oh, that's another question. So is this a kit where you have to cut the elements yourself?
So yes, it comes with one long piece of wire with 2 little eyelets. You measure it out halfway, and then you tie it to the matching box, and then you wrap it around, and then you tie it to an insulator at the very end. You have to eventually cut the ends off of that, and I haven't fully cut those off, so I know that could be potentially an issue, but
it's possible that you cut incorrectly. So do the free scan, go into free, open up the 10 megahertz space, and put it on the middle frequency that you thought you were cutting towards, and do a scan and see where that dip at. It's likely that the dip is outside the band. It's either going to be too short or too long, and then you can adjust it appropriately.
Yeah. The other thing is to double check your environment, make sure there's no metal around you, and that you're not too low to the ground.
That will also affect. Yep.
Yeah. It'll affect it. That's one of the things I've found in tuning antennas is I tend to have to drop them low to like make an adjustment, and then I try to check it while it's still low so I can make another adjustment, and that just doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
You have to take it down, make an adjustment, and then raise it back up to height.
Yep.
Okay, I'll try all those things. I really appreciate it.
Very good. Okay, anybody else in here for the first time would like to just say hi or ask a question? Come now. This is the first timers chat right now. We'll open it up to everybody here in a minute. Okay. All right. Well then, we'll come back to first timers when we get when more people start joining us. But anybody out there that watched the live stream today, any comments on the openSpot 4 or your time with the 3, or just any commentary you want to add?
Hey Josh, K6RDJ here.
Hey, how's it going?
Just following up on the question I had earlier, and I asked it before you joined the after chat, but since I'm watching on the live stream as well.
Sure. What's your question?
Would you attempt to change the rooms on Fusion through the openSpot using the Wires-X on your FT5?
Oh, like use the actual. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, hold on. Let me get the let me get all this fun stuff set up.
Okay, bro. I'm watching.
Okay, cool. I'm loading up my normal WSJTX stuff. And yes, we'll be taking live contacts as well. So if you're interested in getting a contact with me, I will be on FT8 here shortly as I'm bringing everything online. Normally, I do this while we're doing our live on Twitch, but we're doing it here on YouTube today too. And so hopefully you guys enjoy some of that. We're gonna try and chase the Arizona folks, all the YouTubers that are in Arizona at the Grand Canyon right now. So we hope we get them, but. Okay, here's a really good question from Brass Monkey. Does the openSpot have a preparedness use? Not really. No. This is just purely a funsy device. It's not something that you use for. It would be better to just go radio to radio at that point, right? There's your preparedness case. Stick to that where possible. So let's go back here. So we're going to bring back the openSpot, and I'm going to change to configuration. Let's get my 7610 out of the way for a second. We'll go back to configuration profile 2. And it's going to flop out on me, which we learned. We have to go back to SharkRF link. Aha, you see it immediately comes up when you do it that way. Okay, so now we're on my little guy here. And let's go to the overhead so I can show you this more effectively. Yeah, once something needs the internet, it immediately loses its emergency preparedness capability for me. All right. All right, so here we go. I am on 433.900, and I'll hit the... I think I had to hold that down. Yeah. Okay, so we're connected via. Now I want to let me be really clear. Again, I don't want John coming after me. This is not true Wires-X. Okay, this is a Wires-X. We're tricking it a bit. We're using Yaesu System Fusion as our reflector, which you can see right there, right? But I think the question was. Let me go back a step. I'm gonna unmute just so we can. See if there's anybody talking. There's not. Okay, I'm going to do a search here. And we're going to do all. Let's see if it comes back and actually can query for other talk groups. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I first want to make a point on this because this is actually pretty cool. So it's showing me my profiles on the openSpot. They can flip the profiles almost. I don't know that works, but that's pretty awesome. All right, let's hop down here.
Josh, you can try to go to D-Star. That's cool.
No, I don't want to do that though because then I need my D-Star radio. Interesting. It doesn't give us a lot. It gives us the gay, USA, Pride, politics, Star Trek. Let's go to Star Trek. Let's go. That's what we all want, right? Let's see if it'll do it. 1701. It did switch. Okay, let's try it. Kilo India 6, November Alpha Zulu. Anybody out there can copy me? Somebody join. Let's all raid the Star Trek chat and talk about Star Wars. Let's go in there and talk about Babylon 5. Quick. The Expanse. Everybody raid the Star Trek.
Oh, don't do that, Josh.
I'm kidding.
Now, who was that Doctor Who character on the
Doctor Who that is? What's that? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding because I was just get on there and talk about anything but Star Trek, science fiction, but anything but Star Trek.
You mean the Master?
No, actually, I was talking about who played the Third Doctor.
Oh, Tom Baker. No, he's the Fourth Doctor.
No, John Pertwee.
John Pertwee, yeah.
So if anybody hops in there, actually somebody do hop over there so they can reply to me so I can hear it, because I do want to.
We could just start talking D&D.
I'm fine with that too. We can just do that.
We'll do a D&D versus Warhammer 40K.
Oh my gosh! Yes, yes. Now we're talking.
Hey, fellow geeks, is Car Wars still a thing?
Car Wars?
That was actually, wasn't that a GURPS product?
Steve Jackson Games, right?
Yeah, it might have been. I don't. You know, a lot of them change. A lot of them change. I remember Car Wars too. Yeah.
Yeah. And I thought there was a video game too based on it.
What just happened? I'm trying to get my image here. Give me this thing. I want it. So somebody go over there really quick and see if you can hear me.
Well, there's at least one Warhammer fan in the YouTube.
What was the number on that, Josh? And
just Star Trek.
I'll jump over there.
Star Trek.
Okay, I'm looking for it. I'm gonna have to drop off the live stream.
Oh, then somebody else go over there. All right, we're on the Star Trek. Nobody's responding. I mean, I think it works. I think it works. Kilo India 6, November Alpha Zulu. Is anybody monitoring this reflector? QSL?
Yeah, unfortunately, none of my stuff is set up for digital anymore.
Just make lightsaber noises. I like that. Okay, well, I think the answer to the question is yes, but... Well, let me go back now. Let me see if I can go back. Oh my gosh, Psycho, the animated 40K, yes. Those short episodes were fantastic. Please, nobody get me started on Warhammer 40K. You don't understand how boring this thing will be for most people.
I can't afford Warhammer. It's just too expensive. I have enough. I have my wall of shame of my D&D minis that are not painted, and I don't even use them to play D&D. Go figure that one out.
I left all that in high school, probably 32 years ago.
Yeah, so it doesn't seem to work very well to get back into what you want to be, like your local, the local reflector that you have on your openSpot. I think you'd have to go back into your openSpot potentially.
Kilo 1 Mike Alpha
So it doesn't give a full list.
Yeah, KA1MAZ. All right, let's go back. All right, I got you in there. Thanks for replying to me. Appreciate it. Nathan came in there, so it does work. Okay, so there you go. I don't go to Star Trek now because I'm hopping off of it. We answered the question, so don't worry about it. Thank you, Nathan. I appreciate that.
Hey, Josh, since you're on the subject, I am curious what it looks like when you connect using the Wires-X interface to HRCC link.
Yeah, let me try it. I was just trying to do that, and it didn't make it easy for me. So let me watch this.
And the reason I say that is the reflector software we're running now actually has its own Wires-X server, basically. Mm-hmm. And okay. So I was just messing around with myself, and it seems to kind of like capture. I can't get out of it. So I'd just be curious to know if that's just a weird behavior of that.
So I set profile 2, which is the one that has the YSF stuff, and I click it. And it does this YSF ref, but I don't know if that's... Let me get the website back up here so I can see it. Hold on. Kilo India 6, November Alpha Zulu. Anybody copy? Is this on the HRCC link chat? I don't know where I'm at right now.
I didn't see you.
Yeah, see, it's
I didn't see either. I'm on HRCC on the radio, Josh.
Yeah, it's off into some weird space right now. I don't know what's going on here.
If you just do the search and direct and scroll down to US HRCC link.
Ay. Yeah, see, that's the problem with this is you have to actually type it in. So when you're on the normal screen,
you can scroll, but it's like it will download.
No, it won't
from the openSpot.
Yeah, I know it takes way too long. So watch what happens. Watch what happens. So when you get down, it'll get to, and then.
I'm sorry, I'm watching what happens. It's just about 20 seconds after it happens.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I understand. There's a
yeah.
lag.
So you get like 10 at a time, right?
And so
then
you got to go find the bottom, and then go back up and hit down again.
The last time I did it, just searching for like.
So let's do. Is there spaces in US?
It's US dash.
When I did a
hyphen?
search, I just put US and did a search and it brought them up.
I mean, we can hope for that. Let's see. We'll probably get close, and then I may have to do.
My 400 did that.
It did no matches.
Huh. You might need to do US dash.
On my screen. On my screen, it's US HRCC link, all one word.
Might try looking for HRCC, Josh.
Yeah, we may get lucky with that because there's hyphens, so that may not like that. So we'll see. Oops, what I'm doing there? Whoa! A bunch of people are joining now. Come on.
This is the most complicated I've seen a Yaesu product lately.
What are you talking about? They're all complicated.
Well, it's mainly because we're connected to a hotspot, like on the repeater. I'm on a repeater, and it's much easier to use because it's full Wires-X.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've not seen this much complication on a wires. It usually just go.
Yeah, no, on a hotspot, it's a little more. There's more work to it.
Okay, let's HRSC. Okay, I can't. Hold on.
Hey, Josh.
Oh, hey, look!
Dead air. I've got to make a. Whoa!
Oh, it did it. Okay, I searched HRCC. Here we go. Go. Okay. Let's try it. Let me go back over here so you can see me. Kilo India 6, November Alpha Zulu. I made it back. I'm back home.
Yep, and you made it through, so.
Okay,
cool.
so that does work.
I think that the weird. So because we're using that URF reflector software, there's 2 entries. So apparently, if you actually go to the URF 621 entry in the list, it actually pulls up like you're connecting through it kind of messes with it, and you can't get out of it because when you go to click to search and direct, it only gives you the module options. Kind of like D-Star has module A, B, C, and D.
Right.
That's the only options that you have because you're basically locked into this server versus an overall list of all of the reflectors. So
Got
cool.
it.
As long as people don't go that route, which isn't the recommended route, they're good. Cool. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you, Ethan, thank you for the question, too, and then Ethan for adding the special sauce to it. So I've now started transmitting on FT8, so if anybody's been waiting to make a contact with me, I am now out there. You can see my waterfall is absolutely packed. Man, crazy. So I am now transmitting, and we'll see what's going on out there. Well, all my pink lines are everybody that can hear me. I'm getting well into Europe right now, and I'm literally pointed due east from my house. So, all right.
Hey, Josh, one more follow-up on the openSpot.
Mm-hmm.
Which version of the openSpot is that? Is that the base one or is that the pro version?
That's the pro. I did get the Pro. For I have D-Star, so I can do D-Star stuff.
Okay, which that's probably the way I'll end up going as well. And just to get a chuckle out of everybody, thanks for getting in my wallet, buddy.
Thank you, N2RIC. I'm going to mute the HRCC link right now. Appreciate it.
WB3JZ.
I don't know if he was talking to me or not, but N6EF and KK4WYR, we're hearing you there on the FT8 side of the house, so keep it coming. Okay, anybody else who's joined us just recently would like to say hi or ask a question ham radio related. We try and do these here to help people starting out into ham radio. That's, to me, one of the most important things we can do is ham. So if you have a question, come now. And reminder for everybody that's watching us on YouTube, we haven't done this a long time on YouTube. You can join the Discord. The link is in the description, and that'll let you join us on the live stream chat. If you scroll down on our server, you'll see it, and that's where all the activity is. Okay, let's. We'd like to do a little moment here where we talk to some of our YouTube friends. So I've got Ham Radio for Non-Techies. You're at the top. How you doing?
Doing pretty good, Josh. Been kind of a strange week, trying to get a lot of stuff done, and.
Tell me about strange weeks, man. Tell me about
it. I watched your video. Pretty fantastic. So yeah, I don't have a whole lot of really major updates. I did a thing the other day. I just thought about this. We take a lot of stuff for granted, and I keep forgetting the fact that there's lots of new people getting into ham radio that might not know how to shop around for radios or know who the big players are in the retailers. And they might think Amazon's the be-all, end-all, and it couldn't be further from the truth.
I saw that video post. I was driving, but I did see that on my list of things to watch, and so I think it's great. As always, I think what you're doing out there is awesome too. But
I appreciate that.
Yeah, so that's helpful to people because, how does someone know if they're driving cross country and they need to stop into a store in Las Vegas that the Gigaparts is there, or where do you buy things online? All that good stuff. So appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, so that's pretty much all I got there. But I did have a kind of a question for you. I'm watching this show. You might have heard of it. A lot of people in the chat have probably heard of it. Called The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah.
It's put out by Discovery Channel.
Yeah.
I've been a reality TV star on a couple episodes of things, and I know that a lot of times they BS people. In the show, they keep having this big mystery. Something's transmitting on 1.6 gigahertz. Something's transmitting on 1.6 gigahertz. They can't figure out what it is. Well, the guy who's actually making the big stink about this has all kinds of doctorates in astrophysics and all kinds of stuff. He's supposed to know what these things are. So either Discovery's deliberately withholding it or lying to people, but what gets transmitted on 1.6 gigahertz that would cause interference or cause weird signals?
The closest adjacent frequencies is Wi-Fi, but if you talk to those folks, they argue that the intensity and signal is not Wi-Fi.
One of the telecom things that your phone does is 1.8 gigahertz. So that could be as much as a cell phone.
Oh, and they have this big spectrum analyzer they bring out on the show, and it always has this huge peak at 1.6.000, and they're thinking of some alien transmission of this and that. They're trying to make it something that's not to keep you peaked into the show.
I'll bet it's somebody's phone, and that's their reference frequency for 1.8.
I was gonna say, what about a frequency of a processor or something like that?
So let me just say really fast. I have been in contact with those people.
Uh-oh.
So what episode are you going to be on?
There's no talk of that yet, but I've talked with them, and I've talked about tests that I would like to conduct. So that is all I'll say about that.
Very cool.
At this point. So we'll see where it goes. Because this has actually been a topic that has been brought up a couple of times on our podcast. And a couple of the folks that are on the show actually listen to the podcast, and they reached out to me. So we're,
Very
we'll
cool.
see. Yeah, we'll see. It's interesting if I just take it by the claims that are being presented, right? And there's a ton of YouTube videos you can watch. There is some tests we can do as amateur radio operators, doing signal-to-noise ratio tests inside and outside of what they call the anomaly region, using off-the-shelf devices, and we can show a degradation in signal. We can do standard direction finding. We can do all that stuff, which I find pretty cool to be able to get involved in something like that. Man, I am just absolutely smoking into the UK right now. I'm going to point a little bit north. Yeah, we're going to slide up a little bit. So, more to come on that, Scott, hopefully.
At 1.8 gigahertz or 1.6 gigahertz, you're going to end up direction finding into some guy's pants, and it's going to be a cell phone.
Well.
Or an iPad or something like that.
Maybe, hopefully, not direction finding into pants.
But
yes, I
yeah,
know.
Yeah, 4G uses 1.8 for some of its stuff, and 5G does too.
Where's this show based out of?
Utah. I probably passed it on my ride home to a certain degree.
Okay. Well, that eliminates my possible, because I know submarine radars use 1.6 because it's favorable in backscatter, so when they're doing, sea clutter stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously they're not doing much of that in Utah unless they're doing some craziness out in Salt Lake.
No, and if you look at the by the way, you can all look this up on YouTube. If you search Skinwalker Ranch on YouTube signal, it'll show you'll see that same thing with the spectrum analyzer, and it's like bare. Like there is not a lot of.
Hey Josh, your mic's going robot.
My mic is going robot? Oh.
I'm not
Sounds
here.
good on my end.
Not here.
Yeah, a couple of people told me that over the live stream, and then I was like, refresh, and you're going to be fine. It's likely on your end. It's not on my end. I've been doing this long enough from the home that it's pretty solid. Now I lost the train of thought. Every time somebody does that to me.
You're talking about going to YouTube and finding the 1.6
Yeah,
gigahertz?
go look up Skinwalker Ranch signal, and then you'll see what they're talking about. And it's literally RF quiet everywhere, but exactly that 1.6 gig spike. So take a look at that. Okay, good. Yeah, all right, good question though. All right, sliding down the list. I know a lot of the. What just happened? Oh, hold on. Now that what just happened? I lost the. Did I lose my app? Well, that's weird. Yeah, I had a crash in my my rig control app. Okay, let's see who's next. Who's the next YouTuber down the list? Do we have anybody else join us? I think all the others are all in Arizona right now for their Arizona trip. Any other YouTubers? No Code Techie was here 2 weeks ago or the week before, but I think he bailed before I could get to him. Let's see. Question from Miguel on YouTube. Hey Josh, do you know why on HF it seems that it is easier to hear someone far away than someone who is close, 500 to 300 miles? Yeah, the simple answer is most of our antennas have a lower takeoff angle that is more commensurate for longer distance comms, meaning bouncing off the ionosphere and coming back down. Versus if you absolutely want to talk to local people, you need to use a capability called NVIS, Near Vertical Incident Skywave, where your antenna is perpendicular to the ground and close to the ground. And that sends mostly RF vertically and comes right back down, and you get a good 400 to 800 mile diameter radius. And that's what diameter radius, geez. A workable space about 400 to 800 miles that is for close-in comms, if you're looking for that. Now, you both need to have that, though. It can't be one or the other. You can't have someone with a vertical and someone with an NVIS. You both need to do that, because that's going to give you both the up and down capability. Okay, questions in the chat. Anybody? We'll just open it up for anybody out there that would like to ask a question or just have a comment and chat about something.
Did anybody get on the bands today?
I tried to chase the folks in Arizona, and I can't get them.
Yeah, okay. Because I did POTA this morning, and it was just really tough. I thought there was something wrong with the radio, the antenna, but the more I did it, and then I came home, and I had the same problem at home. I mean, it was like 20 meters was dead. except for one station in Curacao, which was like blowing up the band. So I don't know. It just seemed really weird. Now, Larry said there was something he was pointing out on the sunspot on the sun chart and saying this is why. So I guess, but yeah, it was just really, really tough, and I couldn't hear those guys. I worked them Thursday, I think, but.
Yeah, those guys at the Grand Canyon need to get out from under the bottom of the Grand Canyon to get to like the top, get some elevation, get some antennas up there. I mean, do they have the buddy hack set up? Didn't they going to take that? They have to have that, right?
Yeah, they do.
I know. I'm just messing. Everybody watching, I'm taking my last ski. Oh my God, too much green. So for everybody, Tennessee and our Ohio folks, I'm taking my last ski here. I brought it all the way to California to have my wife taste it. I appreciate it. It's not in a bottle. And she enjoyed it. She said it's very much like Sundrop. And I said, yeah, kind of. So I'm now going to enjoy it with in a mason jar with some vodka. So there you go.
I got a question.
Go ahead, question.
Yeah.
Hey, on these like hotspots and whatnot, can you bridge it to analog so you don't need like a D-Star radio at all? You just communicate on like a local channel?
No. You'd have to use like All-Star if you wanted to do that.
Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, because these are for digital modes.
You have to do something to convert the analog voice into digital voice.
So that's what the All-Star node's doing. So by the way,
so it's all software. So it's like digital conversion and software.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So All-Star nodes generally, a lot of them use like mobile radios that have like a Raspberry Pi with a hat or some kind of connector, or just the dongle that goes from the radio into a Raspberry Pi, and then they make the Sherry node or the Shari node. That's another way to do it. There's lots of ways to connect analog radios to this same capability, but what we were talking about today is purely the digital mode stuff.
Josh, I have an answer.
What's that?
I have an answer.
Uh-oh.
It's Tom.
Yeah, we got to be careful.
The Skinwalker Ranch, they're using an SDR play, uses a 24 meg reference oscillator, and 1656 meg is the 69th harmonic of 24 megs.
So I did talk to them about harmonics, and they were like, okay, we could look at that.
But you saw what I dropped in live chat, right, Tom?
No, I didn't. Hang on, let's have a look.
Go look. Because 1.6 gigahertz is the frequency used by GSM phones, which is 4G basically.
Yeah, because
it was
they
3G,
can't get,
4G.
Because they're out in the middle of the sticks, they can't get anything but 4G, 3G out there, right?
Well, but if you're out there with your phone in your pocket, it's still going to try every once in a while.
True. Hey, everybody, by the way, if you ever find yourself in Utah and you want to try and replicate what I did and work that Goblin Valley POTA thing, you definitely need to set an alert before you get to the site, or spot yourself beforehand with the time that you're going to be out there or something along those lines. There is no cell phone coverage. You are in the middle of nowhere.
Or you take a CW key and connect to the RBN.
Yep. But then you got to do CW.
No, I've heard of people doing it, spotting themselves that way.
So you spot yourself for single sideband on a certain frequency, but then you
I don't know how it works,
it?
but yeah, I've heard that. I obviously I'm not good enough with CW, but
because I know
I know what you're saying. I didn't get it either, but
because you make an alert
yourself over APRS.
No, I mean not for Parks on the Air.
Yeah.
So Parks on the Air, you make an alert beforehand for CW, and then you go to the park and you do the CW call, and it will spot you. But I didn't think that worked on single sideband. I didn't think you could make a single sideband alert and spot yourself. I didn't think that.
Josh, actually, yeah, you can. I sat in on a stream that Matt from POTA was on, and he suggested that for the RBN, if you send a CW signal close enough to where the RBN is receiving, but still be in the phone band, that it's not a guarantee, but it would possibly pick it up.
Yeah, the problem with that is most of the RBN is driven by CW skimmer.
Right.
And people don't skim outside the CW band. He kind of mentioned that, and so I was like, but I've heard there was somebody in my club or one of the other things I was watching that had mentioned using that for spotting. Maybe it was Tom, but no, Tom does CW only, so I don't know how he was doing.
I could ask Tom. Tom's kind of he's probably the guy who would try something like that.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful park, Josh. Beautiful.
Oh my God, it's so cool! Everybody should go there just to see it. It's so awesome. I can't. It's one of those. I will say that I am. I'm not happy I had to do this, the driving home, but I'm glad that I could at least. I wasn't so sick that I could enjoy it. And there was some really beautiful stuff that I got to see. And there are really beautiful places in our country that really deserve more people to go experience them while they can, because it was very awesome.
Question.
Yeah, go ahead. Question.
Did you come all the way across Route 70?
Pretty much until I got to the 15 in Utah, and then came down.
Yeah, it's a great ride.
Or I guess that was 70, and I hit the 15 in Arizona, potentially? Anyway.
No, you hit it in Utah.
Utah? Okay. It goes through Arizona, a little bit of Arizona.
So how many miles did you clock?
Is that 2,600? Over 2,600? About?
Nice.
That's the most I've ever driven in my life, that's for sure.
How many days?
Now the truck driver and me screaming, "Why did you go across 70 all the way, Josh?"
I don't know why he didn't take 40. He was in Ohio. He could have just come down to 40.
What should I have done instead of take 70? What should I have done different? I think it was the wife wanted to get me to Denver so I could get through the Rockies over that really beautiful 70s pass in the Rockies down to Utah.
Oh yeah, running through Vail.
Yeah.
That was a good call on Leia's part, but if it would have been me planning you, I would have sent you 70 to St. Louis, down 44 to Oklahoma City, and then I-40 you across over to the 15 and at what is that, Barstow, up north on 15, where 15 and 40 is.
Yeah, I would have missed a whole bunch of beautiful parts of the country, though, wouldn't I?
You'd have missed Kansas.
Well, you would have missed the flatlands of Kansas.
I would have missed part of Utah too, wouldn't I? The upper portion.
You wouldn't have touched Utah at all.
Right.
But still going through Flagstaff, that is a pretty ride.
Oh yeah.
New Mexico is bad.
Dropping down into the bowl that I like to call Albuquerque. That if you do that at night, oh God, that's a pretty sight.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, New Mexico has some absolutely beautiful country and some beautiful cities.
Yeah, that's true. So some are less beautiful, but some of them are beautiful.
Well, yeah, Santa Fe and Albuquerque are just amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Question.
Go ahead. Question.
Where's everybody getting their toroid cores from that doesn't cost $13 a piece for a Type 31 core?
A piece? Like, it depends. Which type are you looking for? How big?
I think the 240-31 is the size and mix that I'm looking for, and I've ordered a few on Amazon. They were pretty expensive, but ultra effective, and I want all of them now. I need more.
So I use Palomar Engineers, and I have a coupon code. It's HRCC 73. It's 10% off whatever in the basket, and it's not affiliated to me. They just offer it to everybody that watches the channel.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, I hope that helps.
Mhm.
Let me know if the price is better than Amazon. I've been hit or miss with Amazon Toroids, so I do like the Palomar engineers because they're very consistent.
Yeah, the quality on the Amazons are not good.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to talk to somebody that knows toroids or toroids, talk to Ape.
Yeah.
Sweet, I'll do that.
But Palomar, yeah, they're some of the best ones out there.
What are you trying to make? Like an end-fed half wave, or what are you trying to do?
I'm just quieting down stuff in the apartment.
Okay. Yeah, then Palomar's where
Sounds
you
like
want to
he's
go.
trying to
'cause
make chokes.
They
Yeah.
have a variety of different options, both the snap-ons and the proper toroid cores that you can wrap cables through.
Would you suggest a 31 or a 43? Oh, I see 43s for 25 meg and higher, so 31 is probably best. I'm just doing HF 10 to 40, really.
Generally, mix 31 is what I've used the most.
Yeah, and Palomar, if you go on their site, they have some stuff you can read where they make recommendations for various situations.
And you should, because actually the different mix types, some are better for making things like end-fed half waves as part of a transformer, and some of them are better for choking capabilities for using common mode chokes. They also have a series of products for AM bandpass AM filters for for your HF radio to get broadcast AM out of your radio. They have AC AC filters as well. So I have a series of both their AM broadcast filters. I have an AC power line filter, and then multiple chokes on my radios and different devices because of I live very close to a very powerful radio station as well as just local RFI as well. So there's a multi-pronged approach to all the stuff that I've done.
Awesome. Yeah, though, this is great. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I hope that helps. Man, we got a lot of hits on FT8 right now. It looks like 20 meters is pretty open for anybody that's looking to make some contacts. Now's the time to do it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And on your waterfall, on your FT8, I've been seeing several POTA stations fly by.
How can you tell? Are you just looking for?
CQ POTA. CQ POTA.
Oh,
they'll
are they
say
using CQ POTA?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I see. Maybe we'll try and chase them.
Yeah, you get hunter points. Yeah,
hunter points. I need hunter points for the weekend. That's right.
Mm-hmm. That's why I went out and worked Josh. Even if I made one contact,
you did it. You got the points.
I still get points.
I did it. You did. I did it, but you did.
Yeah,
that's right.
I got a bronze certificate. I found out.
Well,
I
don't even chase POTA.
Josh on that one. I was only able to make one contact from the semi truck. I was in North Georgia and talked to Michigan. One contact. That was it.
Yeah.
Let's see where our friends are. Are they still on the air? Has anybody been paying attention to our?
I have not been able to locate them. Like Mike, I haven't seen all day. Like show up on the spot.
Well,
and
I think he was using V4DX. He was using V4DX.
Really?
Yeah, Mike was. I'm pretty sure. I think that's what Matt told me when Matt gets in here.
He may be. I know somebody was going to do it, but.
And then AA0Z was on there before I ended the live stream. Yeah, V4DX in Texas.
ZL1BQD.
Buffalo Lake National Wildlife Refuge. That's a different V4DX.
Oh, KG5AHJ. There's Frank.
Oh, did I miss him? Where?
Yeah, he was above that. Go up. He's like 2 above that. Of course, I'm 15 seconds behind.
Yeah. What was it? KH5? Where's the KH5?
KG5AHJ.
KG5. That's the only, I wish you could just pause. You can pause it. Never mind. There we go. Let's pause it.
No, but you can always do Control F and type in.
Oh, that's true.
There he is. Well, of course, you went by him again, but.
Yeah, there it is. There he is. He is on 275 single sideband. So yeah, they're still working single sideband. So if people want to try and get those guys, this is the time.
Yeah, and that Whiskey 5 Sierra Victor, they are all over the frickin' place. I don't know who they are, but and so is Whiskey 3 Alpha. They've got a whole bunch of stations up.
Okay, very good. All right, anybody else in there with some questions or comments? It could be on today's show, or we could just open it up to all ham radio. That's kind of what this is about anyway. It's just whatever falls out of our regular live stream. This is the time to do it.
I'm only gonna
the openSpot. So when you don't need any sort of configuration of your IPs or anything when you connect this thing, you just need some sort of Wi-Fi that you can connect to, or do you need to be able to jump in there and configure some stuff?
No, it does that all for you. As long as your router has DHCP set up so that it can issue an IP lease to the openSpot, it'll pretty much work without any complication. If you're running some fancy network stuff, you may have to muck around with it, but if you're just using a home Wi-Fi router type thing, you just need to get it on there, or tether it to your phone is another option, and that works really well. I'm told that the battery is bigger on the openSpot4 than the 3.
Okay, that makes... Yeah, that's my problem with the 3, is the battery doesn't last very long.
Well, so we've been running for 2 hours now, so let's check in with the battery. We'll just do that since we're here. Hold on.
Yeah, I think mine will run about half a day before it dies.
Now, does it do pass-through? Can you charge it and use it at the same time?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And by the way, if
so
you...
72%. So it'll get you, what is that? 5 hours? 5 hours, maybe?
Yeah, okay.
That's not bad considering it's spitting out RF. Most of our handhelds can't even do that.
And if you want to see an interesting take on the openSpot, watch K6UDA's video where he puts it in his RV and then takes off across the country. That was pretty interesting.
That was for the 3, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you could do it with 4.
Yeah, of course. Now, I do like the fact that you can load up all the Wi-Fi's, the Wi-Fi's, load up all your Wi-Fi's on it, and then you can just leave, and it'll flip over to your tethering on your phone or whatever. That's cool.
Yeah.
I do like that.
Question.
Go ahead, question.
Hey, Josh. My name's Will. I'm 17. I just got my ticket last month, and I'm looking to get my general license by the next month, but I've looked into some HF rigs, and my Elmer's looking at selling me a IC7300, and I was looking at setting up an off-center fed all-bander antenna. What are your thoughts on that?
Yay, yes. So what's he, if you don't mind me asking, what's he selling it to you for?
He's looking at $675 right now.
Done.
Good Elmer. Good Elmer.
That's
Sold.
a good deal.
That's a damn good deal. Yes. All right. And then how high up can you get that end or the off-center fed, do you think?
I'm looking at, I've got 20 feet right now, but I'm looking at getting a tower. I've got a guy who's talking to me, but I've got to figure out guying because it's not a self-supporting. But if I get that, I've got 50 feet.
Okay, so those antennas, dipoles in general, like to be as high up as you can. And if you can make them, parallel to the ground, perfect. That's what you really, really want. That's what gives you that donut propagation radiation pattern. Yeah, do it. Yeah, man, do it. The good thing is that the 7300 will let you experiment. If you wanted to experiment with an inexpensive end-fed half-wave, build your own, for instance, you could do that too. Just throw a wire in a tree and get it up and over that way. Yeah, off-center fed dipole will be fine too, and likely that won't have it'll be relatively in tune for a lot of the bands, and then you may need to use the internal tuner a little bit, but the 7300 tuner should get you all the way through it, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, I went over to his house yesterday, and I used his call and played around on it a little bit, and he didn't realize there was the voice function, and so I was calling CQ, and I set it up to repeat, and he was a little bit surprised, but it's a neat radio.
Oh yeah, it's perfect for what you want.
How's your noise floor?
Hey, Josh, another comment also.
Well, are we good? Did we get you, Will? Are you good?
Yeah, I believe that's everything. Thank you, sir.
All right. Yeah, how is your noise floor? Do you know? That's a good question.
Noise floor is about an S2, S3.
Okay. Yeah, good.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You'll have fun. Yeah, that's great. Excellent. All
Well,
right,
you're not next to a hydroelectric dam then.
Right, or AM 640.
No.
All right, what was the other question in there? I heard somebody.
Well, it was
Richard.
a comment.
Go ahead, Richard.
And that was Will, I believe.
Yeah.
First of all, congrats on getting your ticket.
Indeed.
And the only thing that I can think of that you'd have a concern with the off-center fed dipole is, do you have enough real estate to actually hold it within your property? If so, the only recommendation I would make is try to orient that thing one wire north, one wire south. With the way my property's set up, where I live in Southwest Missouri, I have to run east and west with mine for it to fit on the property.
Yeah.
And I've got my feed point up about 47 feet, 48, something like that. And I've worked the world with it. It is solid. So good, very good choice on that antenna.
Yeah, I'm over here in southeast Missouri, and the way I was going to set it up was it was going to run east and west as of right now, but you said north and south is better?
My experience would be north and south, but east and west will work as well. But bear in mind, if you run it in the inverted V configuration, you will be a little bit more directional to the north and south with your wires running east and west.
Okay, I'll have to look and see what I've got here. Mom, we just built the house, and Mom said you are not putting anything anywhere near my house, and so I've got the shop. And Dad told me that was fine. We've got a kitchen, different stuff out there, so I was going to turn that into my ham shack. Got a bathroom and everything, air conditioned. So, but yeah, the north end was mine, so I was going to have to figure out a way to run it, and it was going to look east and west. But I'll have to see if I can switch it to north and south.
Yeah, if you can get it north and south and be able to suspend the wires, not fiddle string tight, but relatively snug, I think you'll get your best results that way, especially being over in, if you're in southeast, I'm guessing you're over in the Boot Hill.
Yes, sir. I'm about 20 miles south of Cape Girardeau.
Right on. Cool.
Okay, very good. I know the area very well, and yeah, if you run north and south, there's a bunch of real good guys out there. Explore the bands, check out the HF check-in nets and such like that, and see who, what, where, when, why, and how, where you feel comfortable. Right.
Right.
And that being said, I'm off to bed. Josh, have a good night. Everyone else, 7-3.
All right, Richard, take it easy. Why didn't I was trying to update my image. I've got a new meme. Oh, that's why, because it's... yeah. There we go. Since I didn't get to drive through Kentucky. That was... I wanted to get a little further south, but it was okay. I like the way Leia handled it, so that we'll get that in there.
Hey, I have a question.
Go ahead, question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am interested in, Yaesu Fusion, Wires-X, rooms, being able to talk on there, but I don't have access to a repeater where I live. Is the Shark going to be the best bet? And I have a radio that does Wires-X. Is the Shark the best way to go? Is there another hotspot that might be more conducive for the Yaesu?
Best is considerable to what? What does best mean to you?
Easiest to set up.
Oh, then yes, the Shark. Yes. But it is not the best if you're price conscious. It is very expensive.
Well, the thing about that is compared to the Bridgecom or the one that Bob sells that are almost $300, no, I don't think you're paying much more to get an OpenSpot. In fact, you're paying less, right? It was $260 for the base model.
I'm not going to comment on the Bridgecom. I think they have that thing grossly overpriced. I think the OpenSpot is worth the price. It is very easy to set up. It does. It's very useful. It's very capable. But it is on the higher side of the priced hotspots, right?
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I'm very blessed. I think I could afford it.
Then get the OpenSpot. Get the OpenSpot. Get it. Do it now before it's sold out. You should do it now before it's sold out, because making this video today, I don't know if there are going to be any left. Go for it.
And what radio do you have?
He said Yaesu System Fusion.
No, but which one? Because remember,
I have
70 doesn't work the same as the other two.
That's true.
I have a mobile radio that I'm just going to use. I'm about ready to buy. Or no, I already ordered the 891. Just got my General in May.
Yeah, that doesn't have Fusion, but
right. Which Fusion
radio?
But I already have the 7250. Is that what it is?
Okay.
I have a Wires-X in my truck right now. But I just got a Bio-NO battery, and I'll just use it in my house and just kind of keep it on and listen and that kind of thing. I'd like to do that.
Please pull back the power all the way if you're going to use a mobile radio.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I appreciate that, but yeah, I knew that.
Okay.
Yeah, the other thing is too. I thought that was one of the you got the porn guys. So the when you do the 7250, you said, does it have the ability for you to get the list and do the searching and all that?
Yeah, no, it doesn't. But I'm going to be using it in my house, so I got my computer ready to go as far as finding rooms and typing them in, because I can
and as long as you understand that, then you're fine. The problem is that some guys think they can get like an FT70, which is the low end model, and then why doesn't it work when they push that button to get them Wires-X rooms, and it just doesn't quite work that way. Like my FTM 400, right? So
and I can set it up to have favorites and kind of.
Oh yeah.
Once I get it, I haven't been able to. There is a repeater, but I have to drive several miles from my house just to be able to hit it, and so I haven't used it much. But I do want to be able to use it, and once I get better at it, and I do take a road trip, I would like to just take the Shark with me on the road and
that's what it's for.
Do the whole thing.
That's what it's for. That's. I mean, it's such a simple device. It really is, and I mean that. By the way, my view has not changed on this. I reviewed the openSpot 3, and I thought this was kind of like the bench standard for the most convenient, easy-to-use hotspot that provides the most functionality. Being able to interoperate with D-Star on all the modes is, at that time that the 3 came out, was pretty much unheard of. And there's not a lot of devices that do it today. So it's still like kind of in its own class. It's very good. I don't think it's a steep price. I appreciate that, but I don't think you'll ever feel bad that you regret buying it, to be honest.
Hey, I'd like
that. Having that radio and understanding how to use it is key. And then what you're planning to do with it, where you're taking it on a drive, to me that's about the only way I know to do VHF, UHF, and have things just work automatically. I really wish that somebody would come out with a radio that does handovers. I don't understand. In the cell phone industry, we've been doing this for years. It's not rocket science, and I don't know why we don't have it in amateur radio.
What's a handover? What do you mean? What is that?
So when I'm on one repeater and I lose that repeater, it would auto switch over to the other repeater, and even on another frequency. I mean, all cell phones do that. That's how they bounce from cell tower to cell tower.
The digital ones should do that, particularly for our fully nested. I mean, we got POTA system down here. POTA system is huge, and they should do that. And I think they count on the radios doing it with their roaming capabilities, right? I think it feels like cell phone 1.0, like back in the day when you had like your Motorola StarTAC, even pre-Motorola StarTAC, where you had to run roaming capability. Like that's what that feels like.
Roaming was for a different reason, but yeah.
But you know what I mean, right? Yeah.
Well, no, roaming went from carrier to carrier. So within a carrier, you were still always switching from cell tower to cell tower.
Right. Okay.
So if you're on T-Mobile and you're driving from here to New York, T-Mobile, you're going to do handoffs to all of their different towers.
Right.
Roaming, I get up there and all I can get to AT&T, then it'll roam over to AT&T and you pay more.
Well, no, but I mean that capability. That's how I'm looking at different repeaters.
Different
and repeaters would be that separate, a different provider. Another repeater is a different provider from my point of view.
Right. Yeah. Well, as long as it was all, to me, if they were all Yaesu Fusion, then it wouldn't be. And if Yaesu Fusion, for instance, had some kind of a key or a carrier thing to say, okay, this radio, you're about to lose this repeater, and here's 5 other choices. Make one, and the radio would do it. Yeah.
But automagically is kind of what. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the ID52 gets close. It does.
Oh yeah.
It does a pretty good job of dealing with roaming around, but you have to actually tell it to give you the local repeater or scan the local repeaters.
Yeah. Well, even the 7100, believe it or not, has that capability.
Yeah. So Don,
because it's a D-Star thing, it's great. It's a great thing.
So No Code General in the chat said supposedly that roaming capability exists with the Anytone 878, but the heck if I could figure it out. So actually, that's what I'm talking about. It's
the roaming on DMR is completely different than the roaming on D-Star.
I'm talking DMR in this case, though. With that radio, it's as close an implementation of that as you can get, I think. But I think it's zone locked. I think it's depending on how your zone is structured. So you have to. It all comes down to how smart your device is, and the reality is that zones don't necessarily give a fencing for your geo space that you're in. And so how does the radio know that you're no longer in that zone RF wise? It's kind of a weird system.
So the Anytone, so that's a DMR function, or it's a Motorola function, I should say. And so even our systems, I don't live there anymore, but in the Portland area, very large, the PNW DMR network, they actually recommend not doing it because it doesn't do it the exact same way as the Motorola does. And basically, because what it's doing is it is transmitting to the repeater and basically having a handshake to find out where we're at, in the reception range, and then moving it on to the next. So it's kind of cool that it works, but unfortunately, it sounds like even amongst DMR radios, especially with the proliferation of the Chinese stuff, it's even in that case, there are some system owners, they're like, please don't do it. It just spams the system and doesn't work properly.
Right.
So
because it's locking out everybody that's if there's 18 users that are all using that capability and they're on your repeater, then they're all going to be slamming it for, am I making it? Am I making it? Am I making it? Am I making it? Not that often.
Right. Because again, it's that commercial thing, right? Where normally everything is set up in a way that works very well. You know exactly who's on the system. You have no concerns of some random person, pinging it every 13 seconds instead of every 2 minutes. All of that. But
the cell towers don't work that way because they can't count on 100% being up. So they do actually have they transmit to each other, or the phone will transmit to the repeater or the cell tower, and there's data that comes in from the cell tower, but it doesn't do it unless it sees a need to do it. That's the big trick.
Now, sometimes we compare ourselves to cell phones, and I think we shouldn't. And this would be an example of that, because that's all transparent to the cell phone. To the cell phone user and all the users, that's all transparent. But if somebody did that on a repeater, there'd be hell to pay, because someone would complain about errant transmissions that are going in and out of a repeater. There's someone who'd have that thing on just full open pipeline, listening to the whole thing, and they'd be real mad. They'd be big mad that people were doing that. You know what I mean?
Hey, Josh, back to the question.
Okay, let's go. Okay, back to the what is the question? I don't even remember anymore.
Well, the guy was talking about using the openSpot on the road and mobiles and that kind of stuff, and I was going to offer up that the FTM Yaesu stuff, if he's with Fusion already, the FTM series would be his best bet.
I agree.
For most uncomplicated, because I'm in that boat right now. I got an FTM 400. I sold a 100, but I kind of want it back because of its ease of use and that kind of stuff. And
well said.
The 7250 is the lower line that's really just barely getting the digital, and it's not the same, but it will go with that HRI 200 blah blah. Yes. Anyway, the point is the mobile would get him, if he goes with the 200, which is the newest one, 300 the best one, and then 400 touchscreen.
I'll add, if I can, I'll make two recommendations. I still like the FTM 400. I think it is still like the better of the Yaesu mobile radios. That's me personally. I think the screen is the right size for a car or mobile. That's what you want. I would take a 200 if I had to, or 300. Right, 300 is the smaller screen. The new 200 though is lacking that second receiver, and the APRS capability is going to be diminished because of that. They'll all work at the end of the day better than what you have, but I really do like the 400. Go ahead, Don.
But if you'll both recall, that's why I asked him the question I did, and he's comfortable with the radio he's got and using it on Fusion the way he's got it working. So
yes,
I mean, does he need to buy a new radio? No. And I don't even think it makes.
I agreed on.
And I even think on the road, because he's used to using it on the road as well, and used to using it because you're only going to program it for that one thing.
Now,
because once you're on the road, you're just going to stay there, right?
And we actually have to go back to the questioner and make sure we're answering him. But he did say he would pull it out and run it off of batteries. So I'm actually of the mindset that if you have a mobile radio, leave the mobile radio in your car. In an emergency, you want it there. You want to be able to use it in that space, and not mess around with it, right? If you are thinking about a home radio or something that you will use separate from the mobile, then you can look at getting a second radio, and that may be when this opens up. So who asked the question originally? Let's go back to them. They got tired of hearing us talk about this, so they bailed. They're like, I got my information, I'm out of here.
It's the guy right above me, but I'm not going to speak for him.
Yeah, we don't want to speak for you, so if you want to jump in there. Freeze, what is that? Frozen God 38. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it on Twitch. Dawn.
Yeah.
Dave Park, are you still there? We don't hear you anymore, man. Sorry if we went on a tirade. We gave you the water, the fire hose. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, the thing was, I thought we'd answered it because we kind of covered the fact that he was comfortable with the radio. But yeah,
right,
go ahead.
Oh, that was kind of where I was looking, as where you were talking about the 400.
Let the man talk. Jeff, hold on.
Dave, is he there?
No, well, I'm gonna find it. Dave, are you still there? Well, he's physically in the chat, but he's not replying. So, Dave, if you come back, just there.
Hey
he is.
guys.
Okay.
There.
I apologize. I went to the next room, but you're in my ears, and now I hear you.
Okay. Did we help you out? We gave you a lot of information there? Maybe too much information.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You guys are so awesome, Josh. Thank you for doing this. I learned so much from your videos and this Discord. I'm so excited to be a part of it, so thank you.
All right, good. I tell you, everybody that's watching us on YouTube, we haven't done an after chat on YouTube for what feels like over a year, maybe if not more. That is the secret sauce of ham radio. If you want your questions answered, join us on the Discord. We really do. It's not me. It's all the smart people that are out here answering questions. So, okay, Vonder has a question. KN6TSD. Hey, Josh, I have a question. I have a 63-foot end-fed half-wave in my apartment. Would there be any performance penalties of having the antenna bend around the edges of the apartment ceiling? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so generally, you want your end-fed half-wave as far outside as possible. I've never gotten up. Okay, hold on. I'm going to put this up there. Someone gave me a plus 26 on WSJTX, so that's the highest I've ever gotten. Yeah, if you're zigzagging your wires around and you're going around inside of a building, yeah, that will degrade not only your receive signal, but also your transmit. And if your antenna is inside your home, you will likely experience RF in the shack. And RF in the shack, particularly if you're doing digital modes, is very problematic because it will disconnect your USB from your computer, and then you will no longer be doing digital mode over USB because it will break the connection. So yeah, that could be very difficult for you.
Or make your smoke alarm chirp.
Yes, that's right. That's also a thing that can happen. IS0KNG. I just knocked out a contact with them.
So I was going to ask, can I ask a question?
Yes, Jeff, go ahead.
So, I've got the 400 in the car, and you had just mentioned that you think 400 is perfect size for mobile.
I do.
I was debating, and I looked at Hamvention at the 200, and I'm like, I just don't, like you said,
200 is the new one, right? The new one is
the new one's the 200 because
right. It's dual band, but it's mono receiver, one receiver.
Right, and that's because I guess components for the 100 they just can't get them anymore, which is why they did that. They came out with the 200.
Right.
But the having a 400, I'm like, well, either get another 400 or a 300 because I don't know if I want that restriction. Of only having that one VFO.
So what'd you decide?
I haven't yet.
So your question is what to buy?
Well, yeah. What do you think? Get another 400.
What's your budget? What's your budget? What's your
The
budget?
hell with this budget. Let's make him spend.
Let me spend your money.
Yeah, where's my budget? Let me spend your money. Okay, so Jeff, is this for at home?
Yeah, this would be for the shack.
And right now, what do you want to do with it?
Well, I want to be able to have fusion in the shack because right now I'm still using my 897, which is great, but
you're not going to do APRS with it. You're probably not going to connect it to a computer, right?
I'm an IT guy. I hook everything up to the computer.
I mean, but you're not going to turn it into like a Digipede or anything like that.
I would probably get a mono bander for that.
Good call. Okay, like an Alinco or something. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
So it's purely just for operating digital mode, and you don't need the APRS. I mean, in your case, in that specific instance of just being able to do the digital mode, you don't need the second band running APRS because you're not running it mobile. The 200 might be a good buy because it's cheap.
Yeah, but wasn't it only like $60 difference or something?
For now, it's going to come down in price.
It's on sale right now too.
Yeah, it's going to come down.
All right, because that was my rationale when I saw it. Of course, they weren't. I don't think they were selling them yet. Right? It was still on just a display model. But I just I hem-hawed it. I'm like, well, I like the display on the 400, but I don't know if I need everything that's on that in the shack.
You don't, but get it anyway.
Just get it anyway. I love you, Don.
With Don.
I've got two 400s, and I've got one in the shack and one in the car. Now, the one thing I will say, because of the way that I use the one in the shack, I have an Ed Fong antenna up at 35 feet, and I run the FTM 400 to it, and I can hit Wires-X repeaters and things like that. So I can actually, and to me, hitting the repeater is so much better an experience, and using the repeater is a better experience than having a hotspot. But I use it for other things too. I'm doing 146.5.2. There's a net on 5.8, so I'm doing some other things with it that makes the 400 more worth it. So your mileage may vary, kind of thing.
There's actually a question. I'm gonna have to adjust this, but the riddle asks, why are so many people running R2D2 mods and spending all that money? Money it costs. Yeah. So personally, I'll just tell you my feelings. I'm an HF guy. I like HF radio. Even digital modes like this. I just am generally on HF. But there are folks that like the higher frequency stuff. They like working repeaters, and digital modes sometimes give you longer range to your local repeater. They also have that capability of piggybacking and talking to people over the internet. So I've definitely had conversations with people in Japan without any issue, and different countries, and that's a whole lot of fun as well. So just because you don't get it, that doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that you don't get it, and that's okay. It's not for you. Hey, there you go. All right, sorry, go ahead, Don.
I've got another comment.
I wasn't going to say anything, do I?
I had actually a comment on. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, James. I'm interrupting you.
No, I'm just going to say that Don admittedly doesn't even use UHF and VHF that much, and he still has two of them. They're just great. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you'll also find that I speak out against HTs too, but that's just me.
Yeah, comment.
Although you own all of them, right?
I honestly, most of them are lost right now. I have no idea where. I think I can find one HT in my house right now.
Really?
Yeah, and the reason they're lost is because I don't use them. They get put somewhere, and then it's like,
sure,
okay, where the hell did I put it? But I don't really look for them very often either.
Comment.
Go ahead, comment.
Yeah, just some people have difficulty getting an HF antenna up, right? And and I had that issue for a little while, and I tended to use the digital, HT modes.
Well, I just dropped a picture of a good VHF UHF station in the chat.
Yes, it's not your truck, I take it.
No, that's I just found out at our meeting the other day. That is our one of our all he does is VHF UHF, and he runs most of the repeaters in Dallas. And Jason knows him really well. But anyway, he was out there at our field day working satellites, and so he did the satellite stuff. He ended up getting a voice contact with the ISS when it passed over.
Oh wow, nice.
They were working one delta X-ray is what I remember.
All right, everybody, really quick. I'm gonna take a minute here to run an ad because I'm gonna go to the restroom. You guys hang out. I will be right back, and yeah, I'm gonna flip over to some memes and play some music, and I'll be right back. All right.
All right.
You guys, everybody on the Discord, hang out. You keep talking.
Hey, Don.
Keep talking.
Mm-hmm. He was saying that.
after tomorrow, though.
It's pretty good at following you.
Yeah. The Kenwood D710Gs, they're very good with APRS. They have a GPS built into them, and I always run one in my car. I even run one at home, and I set it up as automatic beaconing every hour, right? And I know it's kind of stupid. I know where I live, but I just think it's interesting. Right?
Well, the smart beaconing is basically about, it's more than, okay, beacon every so many minutes, because it'll do that too. This is like, okay, if you speed up, it has an accelerometer in it, and it can tell how fast you're going. So, well, of course, the GPS does.
I will
it's
add
just
my thoughts.
Amazing. Yeah, go ahead.
I have found, okay, so this is maybe because generally if I use the if I just set a minute that I want it to beacon every so often, I'm usually very, like, I make it 30 minutes or more. Like, I don't try and beacon very often. Smart beaconing, though, particularly on the FT5 and FT3 DR, the FTM400, I think, has a similar capability. It has multiple different tuning capabilities that you have for the smart beaconing, and you really do need to go, like, take some time with that, because particularly if you're on an HT, smart beaconing will drain your battery faster than if you just set it to like 30 minutes or whatever and let it do its thing. The smart beaconing is smart, but it's only as smart as your maximum movement speed and your slowest movement speed and your elevation gain. So keep that in mind.
So on your 400, you're worried about your battery?
No, I'm just telling everybody, if you're going to look at smart beaconing, do actually look at it, because like for the FT5DR, for instance, if you're doing like SOTA for whatnot, go into the smart beaconing and understand, how often it's going to beacon, because you could drain your battery pretty quickly with it.
And bear in mind, when you put the beaconing on the more frequent, if you're using VHF and it's going out on APRS on VHF, it's gonna cut off. Or if you're in the middle of a QSO, you'll get that block, that chop.
Mine's pretty good about that. What? It's definitely not when you're transmitting. It only happens when you're listening. Which
your transmit will be priority. But if you're in the middle of a QSO and it's like, oh, I got a chance to, and then suddenly somebody's like, yeah, you need to go take a left at.
Yeah, exactly. That's happened to me.
Yeah.
It's really good if you want to show somebody the exact trail. You can crank it up to where it's beaconing pretty regular, and they can see the actual trail instead of
100%.
Missing a little bit.
Yes, yeah. So that the best part about all this stuff is it's adaptable to your situation. If you want that, more beaconing, you want really high fidelity, that exists. If you don't, that's okay. You can dial it back too. I find I'm generally aiming to have the best battery life possible, particularly when I'm out in the middle of nowhere. I want that battery to work as long as I can. And also, I pack the ability to charge it when I'm in the field, so I suggest that too. Or a backup battery.
Yeah. And the D710 has settings, right, for related to smart beaconing, as to how sharp of a turn do you make before it recognizes and sends it a beacon, how fast you're going. And you can see it has a couple of those settings in there that you can define. It's got to be at least a 40-degree turn before I want you to beacon again. Things like that.
Mm-hmm. And to Josh's point, one of the things I don't like about the AC radios, especially the ones with this kind of capability, is the battery. It doesn't last very long. So I tend to turn all of that off. That's why I only do it on the FTM400. Because generally, I'm not worried about my car battery because it's charging as long as I'm driving.
Right.
But at the same time, it'll save battery, because if you're not moving, it's not going to beacon much.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that balloon thing that Shane and Sean did. They took my FTM 3DR, and it was supposedly all set up, but the minute they took off and started lifting up off the ground, it stopped beaconing, and we never figured out why. But I find the 3DR and the way that the 400 work seems just enough different that we missed something.
Hey there, I got something for you.
All right, go for it.
Yeah, hey, this is Jagger in 7HEX. So around here, up here in the Pacific Northwest, we have like 3 or 4 really popular repeaters. And every time somebody gets a new FTM 400, they always set up APRS, and they inevitably end up beaconing on the repeaters like all day long.
Yep.
And then it turns into this rabbit hunt of somebody decoding them, finding out who it is, and then it's like depending on who it is, it's the first couple of guys are usually pretty nice about it, but then if that person can't be contacted, it turns into a total witch hunt. So I would suggest setting up your APRS to beacon only on the B channel.
That's where it does. Yes.
And put all the put all the repeaters on the A channel.
And not only that, when you're on the B channel, it's always on 144.39. Don't ever switch it.
It's not really a rabbit hunt though, because it's in the packet. The call sign is in the packet.
Yeah, true. I'm just saying it turns into sort of a game of who can get as close to the "I'm a jerk" line as possible without because if that person's beaconing out all day long and nobody can get a hold of them, it really is. It's hard not to be mean, I guess, in the end. But
I will fully admit that I have beaconed on 2 meter simplex, and I did have someone contact me, and I was like, "Oh man, I'm so sorry," and that was just it happens. It happens occasionally.
Yeah, I beaconed on a repeater, so
yeah.
I know exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's real.
But speaking of jerks, how about that HRCC net last night?
Oh my word!
What happened? I wasn't. What happened?
No, ladies happened.
Josh, you've got access to the off topic.
Yeah.
Go in off topic and click on the link that Alec dropped in there, the chat. Click on the link that he dropped, and you'll hear it.
Well, we're gonna do it live. Should we do it live, or is it very profane?
No, it's not profane, but it is Connor, but it's not profane.
Oh, it's Connor. Oh.
No, it wasn't. Connor took care of it. Let's put it that way. And so did Alec. I mean, they both handled it.
So what am I looking for? What am I looking for?
Yeah, they handled it. It's the live stream chat. Alec has a link to not the live stream, but the HRC or HRCC net. And then Alec has a link in there where you click on it, and I think it says T equals 1830. You click on that, and it takes you right to the spot where it started happening.
I mean, yes, Alec is in the off topic, but where?
I don't. The last I was in there, it was pretty quick. It wasn't too far up.
Give me a second, Josh. I'll find it for you.
Okay.
Well, there's the other guy that had the recording.
Okay, well, we'll wait here in a second. So, want to big shout out to 86DM Dennis. He's on the YouTube side of the house.
Oh, nice.
So thanks for watching. Appreciate it. We're getting back to. Oh my gosh! Did I finally lock it up with that guy? 9A2KS. Finally closed it out with him. Man, we were going back and forth for what is that? 8 times? 9 times? Got him. Good.
Now that was actually pretty amazing last night. Both Rob and Connor checked in from 9 Alpha, that 9 Alpha station they had, and then Rob checked in, and I heard Rob plain as day on the net last night.
Oh, that's
he was checking
awesome.
in from England.
That's crazy. Yeah, somebody dropped the link on the live stream, and I'll just play it. Or where am I going?
Oh, I'll go get it.
I sent you the full one. I can't remember the timestamp exactly. The short
18:30. Sorry.
Is it the second one that I'm going to play? Yeah.
I'm seeing memes. Why is that? Oh, it's way behind. Yeah, that's Alex.
Am I jumping ahead?
Yeah, it should be about 18 or 18:20. And Alec has a link. Let me see if I can find that link where he links it directly in that video to where because it's way out there.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's not like that. It's 1,820 seconds. Because I just remember I remember the thing off the link. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Let me look at it.
9 Alpha, we closed it out, I thought.
He didn't hear
He's
you.
still sending me. I thought we got it. 9 Alpha, come on. Lock it up.
I got a quick comment.
Go ahead, comment.
Yeah, this is Alan and Joe Capo. I think we worked about 40 minutes ago or so.
Is the question, have we worked 40 minutes ago, and why haven't I set the QSL card? I'm kidding.
No.
I think I got it.
It was pretty good, though. No, I wanted you to make sure that you set your clock. We were about a second and a half off.
Sir, you need to check your clock. Because I'm running Dimension 4. It runs every time I start my computer.
There's the direct link in live chat.
I mean, I'm slightly off, but I'm off to this tune of like 0.8, 0.5, 0.4, 0.1, 0.6. We'll run it right now, just in case. Oh my god, my whole computer. There you go. So Dimension. By the way, everybody on Windows, go download Dimension 4. It's a really easy app for time sync. So let's see what happens when I run that. Oh, good. Okay, Alec. Thank you, Don. Appreciate the link. Here we go.
Sure.
And I thank you for the comment on getting my time straight.
No problem. I was pretty cool on most everybody else, but you were way off from me for some reason.
And we are listening to Connor running the net. This is frequency news. He's off frequency.
Yeah, and I think Alec even gets in there around the
he does.
37-minute mark, 36, 37-minute mark, and he
Hold on, I'm trying to listen. Hold on.
Are we supposed to be hearing this?
You gotta listen on YouTube or Twitch. I'm not rebroadcasting into Discord.
Gotcha.
I don't think so.
No, you aren't.
No, I can't do that right now.
Yeah, it's coming through YouTube.
Connor has no chill, man.
Nope.
Could you wait until I get this weak station mount? Thank you very much. I understand that, but I have to tell people where to go. You're not gonna win this.
Oh wow.
Phonetically, I can usually get you. Go ahead. What is it?
So this is some guy who has like a weekly standing net?
Yes.
Oh.
And I'll tell you something in a minute.
names, but go ahead and check them in. Back to you. They'll be privacy.
Makes it even funnier.
Okay, I understand you're not letting us do that. And I just want to tell you, we will be here tomorrow and every night after that. And we ask you for some relief. We've been meeting here every night for 10 years.
Of course. I was waiting for that.
I'm going to move everybody, but I'm going to need some time to talk on 88 to tell people where to go. And I just would like to ask you for some assistance, please.
Hey Mal, this is November 4 Oscar Golf. This is the Ham Radio Crash Course Weekly HFNet. We're here every Friday. We've talked to you about 20 times about this. We'll probably be done by the time that you start your net. So if you'd let us
Yeah.
finish, then
So that's the other thing is that we generally wrap up before them.
Okay, what is your name?
Oh my God.
my call is November 4 Oscar Golf, and this is the Ham Radio Crash Course HFNet.
Right, I remember talking to you before. This is SC4L.
Yeah, because
The net should have already started 5 minutes ago.
QSL, man, but we're trying to finish up here, so if you let us, then we'll be out of your way.
We'd already be finished, Mal, if you just let us
No charges
yeah,
related.
Yeah, if you keep making an issue.
I asked for a break and nobody wanted to speak to me at first.
They told him multiple times the frequency's in use. He kept asking, is the frequency in use? The frequency was in use, yes. So,
And
sometimes
whoever there first is
yeah,
got priority.
I mean that's the reality of it.
I mean, every other net I've ever been on, they'll move up a couple of, you know.
Hang around for a few minutes. We are wrapping up. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
I think the thing is, we even said, we'll be over in 10 minutes. Just give us 10 minutes.
Here's
and
the
they
thing.
just waited us out.
Here's the thing that's interesting to me. How about those individuals that are waiting for their net to start log into our net, enjoy our net, and then it's going to end, and then they can have their own net? Like, isn't that, hey, wouldn't that be great? Like, we could all be together. We could all have fun together.
Josh, let me tell you the absolutely hilarious part of this whole thing.
Is this it? Am I good? I could probably stop.
Yeah, because it's not. Yeah,
Okay.
Mal backs off.
Okay.
Okay. When Mal started his net, do you know what their topic was of conversation for over an hour? Colonoscopies, and I am not kidding you.
Shut up.
No, we kept checking back. They were still talking about it.
I got up on the hill and checked in mobile, and I drove the 20 minutes home, and the whole way I monitored them. It was colonoscopy, colonoscopy, colonoscopy. That's all I could hear from the UK was colonoscopy.
So they meet every day. Every day to talk about colonoscopies?
Well, and here's the thing I figured out. I believe if you look at in NC4L, he is a doctor of medicine, and I believe that must be one of his like specialties. And so the other guys that he's talking to are probably in the same business. Because I mean, like the very first thing they started talking about it, I mean, just immediately started talking about it. And then one of the guys comes in and says, "Oh yeah, I had a guy that was going through his colonoscopy, and he nearly had a heart attack. He was and Connor could not let that go. It was, and again we were talking on Discord. We were not sharing it with those guys, but oh my God, the conversation that the rest of the evening between us was just so funny.
I mean, look, I don't care. As long as people are following the rules of the FCC and the topic of their discussion, I don't care. But at the same time, that is very much in the wheelhouse of all the ridiculous things that we talk about on ham radio.
Yeah.
Like everybody's talking about colonoscopies, their medical issues, and the weather. And you got a group of, I'd say, younger focused people having a net that is very energetic. Lots of people like tuning up and trying to communicate, and these three guys want to derail that to go back to this very slow mode discussion on colonoscopies. Is like, guys, that's it doesn't matter how often you get on the radio, it doesn't matter how often your net exists. if there's a net before you, let the net finish or move your net. And if it's three guys, that's not that big a deal.
It seemed like it was about three guys, and they were going to start up on 189. We were on 188, and so
they'd just be jamming the crap out of us.
Yeah, and that was the thing. Connor, of course, has the big mouth,
right?
Meaning the big ant.
He's got 4 stacked Yaggies, right?
Right, and so they were upset because he was basically walking all over him.
Yes.
But he did. Mal said, "Is the frequency in use?" And Connor came right back and said, "Yes, yes, the frequency several times." Yes. And then he comes over and says, "Well, nobody would talk to me." Well, Connor was constantly talking to him.
Yeah.
But
David
he was
Baker,
on the wrong frequency.
Thank you for subscribing, David
Anyway.
Baker. Yeah, because he was off frequency. He couldn't hear Connor replying to him. He just started... Yeah, well, I mean, that's... I mean, I don't know what you want me to... I don't know what else to say.
No. I just thought it was funny.
No, it was very good. Thank you, everybody, for sharing that. And I'm sorry that I wasn't on the net. I was literally recording Ben's he was in Aladdin in a local play. I had my mask on and I was all the way in the back with my camera all set up and I recorded the whole thing. Leia was in the front with a microphone that I gave her, like a really nice mic to try and get the audio. So hopefully it all works out. I haven't edited it yet, but anyway. So that's why I wasn't on the net.
But by the way,
good dad.
Have you've seen you actually have an icon in your in the Discord for that particular guy, Mal, in C4L.
I do.
It's that one. Yeah, it's that one of the little guy that's standing on top of a box.
Oh, that's him?
Yes.
Oh my god! No way. That's
yes.
him?
Yes. Go look him up on QRZ.
Oh no, he's the box guy.
Yes, he's the box guy.
Oh no.
There he is. Rob dropped him.
Close the door. Close the door. Sorry, Ben's listening. Close the door. I'm not talking about you. Close the door. Close the door. Who was he? A guy on the ham radio. Unrelated. Close the door. You don't want COVID. You don't want this. You have to drive cross. Close the door. You have to drive cross country if you get it.
Hey, I've got a bone to pick with you.
Uh-oh, here we go. Let's pick some bones. Let's go.
Okay, so I got my general on Monday.
Okay.
And I virtually caught COVID from you.
Shut up. You did get COVID from me.
No, I'm in bed sick right now, Josh. I'm loving this, though. This is great.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're having fun.
But your video is this week was timely. It was awesome. It was a great video.
Yeah, I really was worried about you driving back, but I followed you every day because I think that second day you were just so red in the face and whatever. But man, I commend you for sitting behind that wheel for all those hours.
I got to tell you what, I at no time was I ever unsafely driving. There is no point where I got behind the wheel and I was not safe. I promise you. I promise.
Yeah, and really, when you're sitting behind the wheel and driving, for that kind of an illness, you probably would have been bored out of your skull otherwise.
No, man. You know what? The Expanse got me through it. I listened to the first. I finished the first book, finished the second book, finished the third book of the Expanse.
Yeah, but I mean, compared to say staying at home or staying in a hotel or whatever, and just staying in bed during that time. The driving gave you something to do.
I mean, to be honest, there's some truth in that, Don. Like if you're laying in a bed, you're going to feel and experience every one of your symptoms. Like you cannot choose not to. Like, yeah, you can watch Sally Jesse Raphael or whatever's on TV, or The Price is Right, but that's only going to distract your mind so much. Yes, I was congested. Yes, I was coughing. Not very often. And you've been watching me this whole time. I only coughed a couple of times, and literally, I maybe would cough an hour when I was driving. I really didn't have that many coughs. But I'm telling you, driving and just listening to the audiobook and just kind of going with it, I was fine. I really was fine.
Yeah.
I didn't get it that bad. I really believe I just didn't get it that bad.
Yeah, but you got it bad enough. I mean, you were still feeling it. I mean, you were obviously still feeling it because your mind was pretty foggy and everything. And you know, I've talked to my boss when he had it, and same thing. He's just not as sharp as like he is normally. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I was trying to talk about the air conditioner when I was pointing at the thing, and I'm like, you know, the thing you got to make sure it's cold because it makes it all humid. I'm talking about the air conditioner, and I couldn't think of the name of it.
Yeah, and honestly, when you get to be my age, that occurs more and more, and not because you're sick.
Well, that's the reality of life.
The other thing, Josh, is you were upright most of the day, so all that stuff in your lungs was moving.
Point.
And that saves you, because I've been basically laying down or trying to stay as upright as possible with pillows and crap. But yeah. I'm losing it. I'm not going to be able to talk much more.
So there's a whole subsection of healing that's in the book 3 of The Expanse when they're all in the ring space, and the ring makes them stop. It makes them completely stop. They were traveling at like, I don't know, 900 kilometers an hour or something like that, and then it just completely stops them, and it hurts a whole bunch of people. And they all have to like get under gravity, because gravity is like what allows you to heal. It's what pulls fluid out of your system, and it's why the behemoth was so important. That the behemoth I know I'm getting way nerdy about this, but in the Expanse there's a ship, and it's the only ship basically in the Earth solar system that has the capability to rotate a drum to create gravity. And they end up spinning this drum in this free gravity space. And that's what allows a bunch of people to heal. And they're explaining that you need to be elevated if you have like any kind of healing that you need to do, because that needs to drain out of your body via the force of gravity. And I was like, I was listening to that while I'm driving. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'm draining right now. We're draining. It's good.
Yeah, I remember that that's the ship that the Mormons built.
Yeah, so the Behemoth is what the Belters called it, but it was the oh god, what did they call it?
The Ark? Did they call it the Ark?
No, it wasn't the Ark. It started with an N or something like that. The Nauvoo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. God, that's a good... God, By the way, guys, like, that got me through it. It wasn't... Of course, I love my wife. We talked on the phone a lot, but she's got a lot she's got to do. She's not going to sit on the phone with me. The Expanse got me through that drive. If you drive, if you have time to listen to audiobooks, please download The Expanse. It is literally my favorite sci-fi thing, bar none. It is so good. It is so good. You'll love it. If you like sci-fi, you'll love it. Particularly if you like practical sci-fi, like real sci-fi. If you like The Martian, The Expanse is all up inside your wheelhouse.
Did you get?
I think one of my favourite mental images from The Expanse was the mental image of the 0G dog trying to waddle around in a diaper. That always made me laugh.
That and the fact that all the ships, the decks are perpendicular to the thrust of the ship. I'd love that concept. Ugh.
Did you try any 146.52 on your drive back?
Nope, I didn't do anything other than trying to do the POTAs. I thought about putting the HF radio next to me and trying to use the mag mount for it, but I had so much problems with the mag mount that I didn't.
Right.
I didn't want to mess with it.
Yeah, my ham sticks are literally so big because they're the 600 watt ones. that even that tri-mag mount will lift up if I'm doing highway speeds. So I don't run them on the highway, but I have had some luck anyway, getting people on 146.52 and literally because we're going the same direction, or if you're lucky to get somebody that's going the same direction, you talk for hours. And yeah, I was driving back from a funeral all the way down in Austin, which was about a 6-hour drive, and I got a guy just as I was leaving, and I talked to him all the way to Fort Worth, or nearly to Dallas. So I was getting home, and he was turning and heading out your direction towards New Mexico.
Oh, see, that's nice. I would have loved doing something like that. And I mean, there's so many opportunities for things like that. I just kind of forget sometimes. Let's see. Frito Bandito asked to see what my settings are for Grid Tracker. So let's see. I'm clicking on the little gear button. So here's my settings. I think specifically you're looking at the map though, and those are my map settings. So above my head there are what I have the map set to. All right, let's take ham radio questions. We're out here on YouTube and Twitch. We can see the chat room, and we can also see the Twitch side, and obviously Discord. If you want to join us on voice, the fastest way to get engaged is to click on the description for this video, and go to the bottom and go to the Discord link, and then you can join us out there, and you can literally ask your question to us if you'd like to. So is there anybody in the chat that's been wanting to ask a question? Come now.
Josh, I got a couple more questions for you.
All right, Will, go for it.
Okay, I was wondering what you use for an audio interface for FT8 and stuff like that with your 7300, and then
okay.
And then, do you have any plans for making any general class study videos like you did for Tech, because those were awesome?
So I didn't finish the technician because obviously the technician elapsed. I'm working with Gordo right now on doing something with Gordo for technician, and we'll probably also try and do general and maybe extra. I don't know. But Gordo's the right person to coordinate this kind of stuff with. So I'll likely drive out to his place and we'll do a whole thing with him, which should be really good.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
What was your first question, though? Audio interface for the 7610. So the 7610 has a USB port, so it just goes right into the back of my radio. Or my computer. Say it again. Sorry.
For the 7300.
Yeah, it's a USB cable. It just goes right into the back of your computer. That's
okay. So you don't have to have an actual audio interface.
No. Then that's one of the advantages of that radio is that you don't have to do anything like that.
It's built in. It's an external sound card, but it's built into the radio, just like Yaesu's DX10 or 101. Any of the new DSP radios should have it.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's how your PC will see it too, as an external sound card.
Yeah, do not let Windows play Windows sounds. Do that, by the way. Don't be that guy.
Somebody asked me what's the strength of my nicotine. It is 0.3%. So it's the lowest you get before 0, I believe, without getting into like specialty hand-rolled stuff. Oh, look at that! Ham Radio for Non-Techies is showing off a NFED half-wave he's working on. I'm going to pull it up into the main feed here.
Yeah, I thought I'd build something while we're all sitting here chatting.
Yeah, right on, man. Oh, it's a double stack, so and that's dense enough wires. So that's easy 100 watts, right? Is that your goal?
Oh, it should be like 300 or 400 watts easily. I've got a 15 kilovolt capacitor on there using 16 gauge mag wire and two 4043 toroids.
So you'll melt the plastic that it's all riding on before you'll melt any of the components, right? I like it. Very good. Very cool. All right, let's see. I'm looking at the chat, so if anybody has a comment or question on the YouTube side, I mean, how many people we got over there? I haven't done this in so long. I'm kind of curious how many people are watching. Let me see really quick. Hold on. Nope, that's not it. Boy, where did it go? Where did my YouTube window go? There are 166 people watching us on YouTube right now. So yeah, if you guys have questions, feel free to say something in the chat. We'll see it. Ham radio related or whatever. And hopefully for whomever asked me about my map settings, that's what I'm showing above my head. Paint Ballas asks, do you know much about military recreation stations? Like, isn't a military recreation station where you have an open range and you can go shoot all the military guns and you qualify? Isn't that a recreation station? To my mind, it is. I'm assuming you meant like a radio station, so no, I'm not sure.
They have one in Gitmo, right?
Jeff.
They do. No, they really did. I've talked to it. I've hit it on FT8, and I think I've put it on sideband.
You're talking about that kind of state. Okay, go ahead, Jeff. What is it?
The actual base, I don't know. I know I think it's the station at the base. I don't think it's an individual. So it's kind of like a club station.
Yeah. So I'm actually in here. This is paintball laws, but yeah, I actually just got a military recreation station license through the FCC last week. But the rules on it are basically just, this is a military recreation station, and you can't apply for vanity call signs, and the FCC gives me, like, no information after that, so I don't really know, like, what operating privileges are for it and everything else, so.
Is it for amateur radio spaces, or where is it?
It is, yeah. It's an actual radio license through the FCC, just like us, for normal licenses.
So are you an enlisted individual? I'm guessing.
I am, yeah.
Okay, so I'm assuming then that this is like a station you can set up that can operate on an amateur radio frequency for making contacts, like for other hams. Yeah. I'm going out on a limb here. This is just me going out on a limb. This might be one of those situations where it's probably better to just do it and ask for forgiveness than try and dig up a bunch of rules and operating procedures. It's entirely likely that does it have a call sign?
It does, yeah. I have the call sign for it.
Yeah, you should probably just use the call sign and activate on amateur radio frequencies. Does anybody want to jump in front of me before he gets hit by a bus? Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like it should be fine.
No,
right?
yeah. I understand. Like as far as I know, like we're able to transmit on that, but it doesn't tell me like I'm assuming I'm not entirely sure how clubs work because I just got into ham radio like a couple months ago.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming that your operating privileges are based off of your actual call sign, but I don't there's no operating privileges listed in the FCC database for my call sign, so I have no idea.
So it's probably your privileges using that call sign.
Oh, you think
so,
Jeff?
That's what I would assume, yeah. But
so generally a club call sign is always at the highest of who's ever in the control operator for that station. So if the control operator is an extra, then they get extra level privileges if that extra is in the proximity of those operating that station. So if you, for instance, have a technician, then your call sign for that military recreation station is of that level. So you don't get free extra privileges. So you probably do need to get your extra then. That's probably a good point, Jeff.
Gotcha.
Or general.
I mean, it's the same thing with a club call. It's the control operator's privileges.
But I'm
Whoever
assuming
has access to switch.
I'm assuming, being in the military, you probably have access to HF radios and a lot of antennas and stuff, and so that's probably why you want to do this, right? You're trying to get on HF, yeah. So you probably should upgrade to general just so that you're.
Oh, I just got my general today. So.
Oh shit! Then you're good. There you go. Just stay within your operating privileges for your license and be within the space of the control. You are the control operator for that radio, regardless of you having someone else operate it. You need to be within the space to take control if you need to.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, good. Great question. That's great. Let's see. Kawana, thank you. A military recreation station license is an amateur radio service license granted only to a person who is a licensed custodian designated by the official in charge of the United States military recreation premises where the station is located. The person need not hold an amateur radio license grant. Whoa! Okay, well now I completely have no idea what to say here.
Sorry.
Now
I
I'm totally
lost.
Too,
yeah.
I'm totally lost. I'm totally lost. I have no idea. Totally
lost. I should have mentioned that.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So I don't know, man. Go nuts. Go nuts. That's what I'm saying. Go nuts.
Yeah. I sent an email out to the ARRL today because they're the ones that submitted the application for it to see if they have any more information from the FCC. Because
I love this.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to it.
I would still be inclined to stick to whatever your license privileges are, but you're using that call sign.
You can't go wrong by Jeff's opinion on this. You really can't go wrong. But at the same time, it says you don't need a license, so just whatever. We're gonna go nuts.
What frequencies are you allowed?
Amateur radio.
Yeah, this is the same amateur radio.
Is it amateur radio or is it Mars?
No, it is not.
That
Mars.
was my next question.
It's separate from Mars.
Wow, this is the first time I'm hearing about this.
Yeah, no one knows. It's funny, every time I bring this up to someone through Aries and out here in San Diego, like, none of them ever heard about this before, so it's
San
it's all
Diego.
new.
Are you a Marine?
No, I'm in the Navy. I work out on San Clemente
okay.
Island.
That's the other option. All right. Well, do me a favor. Wherever you end up with this, send me an email on where you think you ended up. I think you're probably fine, to be honest with you, for operating HF on amateur radio with that license. But I agree with Jeff. You should probably just back it up with your frequency spaces, because it works if somebody like starts coming a calling. You can say like, "Hey, I'm a general, and I'm operating in my general spaces with this."
Yeah, that's the direction I was going to go for now until I got more clarification on it.
That's what I would do, just for a safety aspect. Yeah.
Cool.
That's a great question. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Yeah, awesome. All right, what else we got? Look at, I'm still on 20 meters, and the 20-meter waterfall is alive, guys. So the sun cycle is in peak effect right now. I don't have the amp on. I'm doing 100 watts, though. Remember, FT8 it's a low signal mode, not a low power mode. Just keep that in mind. Was there a question or comment in the chat?
Yeah, so I was just kind of wondering, this is JamScan over here, hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yeah, you sound great.
All right, so I'm looking into doing an audio setup here with a mic boom and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I'm kind of trying to phase out my Windows use and kind of switch over to Linux. It's not going very well so far. But I'm looking into purchasing an audio interface, for, I guess to connect like a professional style mic to my ham radios. And I'm looking at either the UA Volt 2 or the Behringer, whatever one it was, that are something similar.
Is the Behringer that networked accessible? The big cube?
I can't remember the model. It's comparable to like the Focusrite 2i2, I think, whatever one it was.
Oh, okay.
But I'm just looking at that. The Focusrites, a lot of people like them. I think you have one, but
yeah, I have the 4i4.
As far as like Linux compatibility and stuff, it seems like kind of a pain for those. I'm not really sure if anybody can. I'm just kind of wondering if any other people use Linux that have some sort of setup like that, and what they would recommend for an audio interface.
I'm going to completely step back. Is there any Linux users that can answer that question?
Sorry, what?
Audio mixer or audio interface for a pro mic into a ham radio, but also the computer over Linux.
I don't think it would be any different than doing it on Windows, honestly.
Well, except for the software might not be compatible.
You'd need the Linux drivers, which you, of course, would need the Windows drivers too. I mean, you don't use them. I mean, so if you're using Windows, you would need the Windows drivers, but on Linux, you would need the Linux drivers. Once the drivers are there, then it's the standard Linux stuff. All of that pulse audio and all that crap, which truthfully I don't know anything about.
Well, I mean, the thing to keep in mind, so like with the Focusrite Scarlett 4i4, there's like an accompanying application that you can go into the device and adjust things. It doesn't do a lot, and it does go beyond what the device can physically do on its own. With that said, it probably does show up as an audio interface on Linux. You just might not be able to have that specific tweaking capability if you wanted to change the modes that it can operate on, which in your case you might not need to, because you're purely just passing the audio into the operating system to use for something else.
Yeah, just from kind of researching it a little bit, I looked into the Focusrite 2i2. It kind of seems like you have to plug it into Windows to download that proprietary software, and then you use that with some other shenanigans to basically unlock like the use of it for Linux, essentially.
Yeah.
And then you just download like other software and whatever. But that kind of seems like a lot. So I was just wondering if anybody. I'm probably going to go with the UA Volt 2, because it seems like it kind of just works when you plug it in, and it has buttons.
You might actually want to flip this around and look specifically for good Linux mixers and Linux audio interfaces, and then just use those. You may not want to go with like the industry standard or the Windows standard or the ones that people are using like myself. You may want to go with the one that has the most usability for Linux. Oh, there you go. Dawn just dropped something. Focusrite Linux is the best platform to use the Focusrite. Well, shoot, there you go, man. Check that out. Go take the link in the description, or take the link in the description. Take the link in the Discord.
It's Reddit, and so go into Reddit and ask them.
Yeah, you who knows what you'll end up if you go to Reddit, though. But yeah,
they're pretty good about technical stuff.
They are. That's true.
Stay away from the porn, and
Stay away from the porn, Don says. Okay. But it's a good question. What's your Linux operating system? What computer are you running?
I'm using a Lenovo Legion 7, and then I'm dual booting Linux Mint and Windows 11.
Okay. I was waiting for you to say I'm running Arch Linux, but okay. That was your opportunity to.
I looked at trying to do that, and I was like, I don't think so.
Okay.
Baby steps.
Yeah, because that particular thing talks about Ubuntu, which Mint is basically a Debian type. So it's that should be, or that thing should at least start you on a journey of where to go.
A journey of discovery.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what happens when you're doing something that
with Linux.
Well, it's not just Linux. I mean anything, right? Oh, this is my first Baofeng. Okay, you're starting on a journey to learn everything. Exactly.
Yeah, my other problem, well, actually, the project I'm kind of currently working on before I even connect everything is just to get my my mic boom really doesn't fit anywhere on my desk. So what I did is I'm kind of in the process right now of I use like a like the monitor mount style pole thingies, and you got like little arms that come out.
Yeah.
So I have like a laptop one. So it's got like a little tray. My laptop sits on that. And then I use that as like a screen. And then I have my main monitor to the left of that. But the pole like comes to the top of the monitor screen for the monitor arms, I guess, the pole that they go on.
Yeah.
And I was trying to figure out, like, they don't sell a pole where you can just put a mic boom right on the top of it. And it's really annoying because that would work absolutely perfect.
Really quick, Thank you, Gary, on the Twitch side for subscribing. I appreciate it. Hey, is really fast, is the No Code Tech actually on the Discord? Is he here?
He was in the chat.
He is. He's in the chat right now. So if you happen to join us on the Discord, I'll let you have a minute. I apologize. I haven't given you a minute before as a YouTuber. So if you end up joining us on the Discord, or I'll let you talk. Sorry, go back. So go to the person asking the question. Go back and say what you're. Repeat the last 5 seconds or so.
Basically, I want a monitor mount pole with a boom, like a mic boom arm, like hole in the top of it. I can just put the mic boom right in there, but I couldn't find one.
Off the top of the monitor mount to come over the top?
Then it comes, I can pull it right over the top of my monitors, kick my feet back up on my desk, and then I actually found a tattoo gun foot switch.
What is that?
So
yeah, that's the thing.
$10. It's like $10 made in America. It's like, it's a beefy one too. So I'm going to use that. I still have to build my cable to work with the radio I'm using, but yeah. So I'm also I'm in the process right now of I bought the blue Compass mic arm or boom arm. I don't know. Blue is famous for like the Blue Yeti mics, and they have a really nice monitor or a nice boom arm. And so I bought that, and I'm going to be using I'm going to drill a hole, fill it with like that JB Weld steel putty. Then I'm going to drill another hole and use a tap and die set for the right threads.
Right.
For blue, because blue sells like you can drill like a 1-inch hole in like a wooden desk, and they have like a little thing that pops right in there, and then you set the there's a hole in that your boom mic clips into. So I'm going to put that on the top of my monitor pole arm thing.
I was literally going to say, have you considered JB Weld? That's literally the realm we're into. Like vice grips with the CB little flange on the side that you can put a mic adapter on, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's just annoying. I thought that somebody would make something like that, but they don't. So
I literally chopped a piece of 2x4 and tapped and drilled it, or pilot holed and drilled it into the side of my rig to put the clamp for the boom that you see off the side. I just cut some wood, do some stuff, and then boom, 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 you're all good. Jamscan just had a stroke in the Discord chat. Jamscan, you all right, man? You good?
Sorry about that. I was moving my my laptop.
Okay.
Yeah, on that boom arm thing, I've looked for one that has like the part of the arm before the elbow that goes up high enough to get that second part over the monitor, and which is what you're doing or trying to do, as far as what I'm understanding you to say. And I have not found one. All of them, the arms are shorter. I mean, they start to create the elbow at a height lower than my monitor, and that is irritating as hell, because my mic has to come over the side of my monitor. It cannot come over the top of my monitor.
Exactly. Yeah, and this way I'll just be able to pull it down and still see my monitors, and I can put my feet on my desk. It'll be perfect.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do too. I mean, and I bought several deals, and then I realized, well, no, this is what I want. I want that and I don't know what you call it, but the piece of the arm before it creates the elbow, I want that to be really long, and then the other part, it doesn't matter. The length that it is today is fine. It just needs to be way the hell up higher, because mine clamps to the desk at the same point that my monitor sits on the desk, and it just doesn't come up high enough. It comes up about halfway up the monitor, and that's it. And it's and none of the mic stands that I've looked at, or whatever arms that I've looked at, will give you the dimensions of the sections of the arm.
You really have
it
to
tells you the whole length.
Yeah,
Huh?
You're gonna have to make most of the stuff yourself, by the way, if you're going down this route, I think.
But I can see where he's coming from. Saying,
I get it.
Like,
I get it.
Why don't they make them that way? Because I don't understand what you're going to clip this thing to a desk anyway, and why wouldn't you make it taller than a monitor? All of them should be that way.
Get yourself some Jubilee clips, and attach it to your micro or your camera stand. By the way, I have the who makes all my crap? Stream Deck. Stream Deck makes a vertical pole with a really fat base. This camera is on a Stream Deck mount, and it's tubular. And you could hypothetically use some kind of bracket that you could connect a boom to. The reality is that, like, a lot of these mics, the booms are pretty impressive, so they almost need to be on their own firm base. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Ethan, so much. So, Jamscan, take a look. What is that? Matty G283. Matty G283. Thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jamscan, take a look at that RS1 from Heil Sound. It's like just a vertical pipe, and you put the vertical bit, the male bit from the boom into that, and it gets you up over the top of the monitor. Take a look at that.
But if you're
well, yes, I've seen this, but it's only 12 inches, and my monitor height is 21 inches.
Yeah, but then the boom comes over the top. Like it's over the top. It's Sylvester Stalloning the monitor.
The thing is, though, like a clamp type would work on that, but that's not a clamp. It takes one of those drop things, or the little, because you can see how there's a thing that drops into it, right?
Yeah.
Mine has a clamp. It's not made that way.
Right. So
give me a clamp top.
Ethan's going full asymmetrical warfare, where now just put the flange in the wall, mount it to the wall.
I am surrounded by this is glass. So I'm not drilling through my windows. No.
Well, I'm trying to help Jamscan right now. Don, you always have the most complex issues to deal with.
So this is actually kind of interesting. I actually have my, those cheap IKEA lamps that are basically like a boom mount, but it's just a lamp head on the end.
I love
the base for those are actually basically the same as a normal like over-the-top boom mount. I actually have those on the back of my monitors that are wall-mounted, like exactly the same way that he's mentioning.
Mm-hmm.
So like, you can make it work. I mean, I just have a couple of like U-bolts, and yep, and that was like $5. So it's definitely cheaper than a $50 Heil.
Yeah, I mean, you can sometimes Home Depot your way out of a lot of these problems. Like, truly.
Yeah. Because what you were describing earlier, Josh, is perfect. You just take some wood and build up the back of the desk.
Yeah, I built it. Actually, it's right next to my 7610. They sit right next to each other. I'll take a picture of it and drop it in the Discord, just so you can see it. It's not pretty, but like, also I'm not. Who's ever accused me of being pretty?
Yeah, I need to get my power supplies. I really want to swap the Sun and the FTD or the 101D, and then I need a shelf for the 101D to sit on, and then underneath that the Mercury, and I'd be set. But the only way I can do that is really to build it myself. I just don't want to buy all the tools.
Oh, buying the tools is the best thing. God, I love buying the tools.
But I don't have any use for them after that.
Oh, then that's why you go to Harbor Freight.
That's right. Harbor Freight's for the tools that you may never use again.
I need to use it once for sure, but I don't know that I need it again.
Now, if you might use it again, that's when you go to Northern Tool.
Yeah.
Singly.
Hey, Josh.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I used to be a mechanic, so I was buying tools all the time, so it's not any abnormal for me. But as far as you being pretty, I think Leia would probably consider you maybe on the prettier side.
I don't know that Leia would tell you I'm pretty. I don't think Leia would ever say anything like that about me. I think other men might tell me I'm on the prettier side just because of the way I behave and act, or how I look, because I dress like a child a lot of the times. But I don't think Leia would ever say that.
Yeah, so you guys, it's funny you say that. I just bought a 45-piece tap and die set
from Harbor Freight. That I don't know that I would do. I don't know that I have that level of confidence. That I can't.
$89 and a lifetime warranty. You can't go wrong.
I feel like you're gonna hog out one of those dies like once and you're gonna be done. You're like,
but it has a lifetime warranty, so I can just go get another one.
Man, I don't know.
I've needed a decent tap and die set. Well, I mean, this isn't decent.
You said okay, yeah, exactly.
I've needed a tap and die set multiple times, So I'm like, you know what? Like, I'm fine with it. Like, oh, whatever. I want this to be done kind of like exactly how I described, so I'm just gonna do it. I don't even care.
Dude,
it's probably gonna cost me more than other solutions, but it's fine.
Look at Scott's setup. Scott, this is insane, man. Your setup is wild. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but you have to understand, I'm also a web designer, so I have to have 3 monitors to do.
Oh, different resolutions.
I do graphic
and stuff?
design on one monitor, web design on another one, email on the third.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
The Rode,
only 3 monitors?
I've got the Rode mic stand, which is what I've got in front of me here.
I've got. I actually have an Amazon. This is an Amazon cheapie. This mic setup that I have, the Boom.
Yeah, Scott, do you ever remember Logitech G15?
Man, your setup.
And that sounds familiar.
That was the one with the little like flip-up screen. So it had the keyboard itself had a screen on it.
Oh, I think I had one of those. It only lasted about 6 months, and it broke on me.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
You could
Man, I
macro
had mine for 5 years.
You could do a bunch of macros with that thing too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there were games.
Yeah.
There were games that came with macros on it, and the reason I say that is because I see that it looks like a Stream Deck right above your keyboard, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember the G15.
Yeah, I've got a small screen deck, and I've got the Razer keyboard, and I got it set for call it a fireplace. It looks like my keyboard's on fire. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. I wish they would let me have a setup like that for working, but they won't. They are now saying to all the developers, no, you can have one monitor, and then you have the monitor on the laptop.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh,
that's crazy.
No way.
That's insane.
No.
Plus, also, why would... So, I am very pro on letting developers have whatever the hell they want. Like, we get... As a manager of software developers, when I hear... Like, when a developer comes to me and goes, hey, I already have 2 monitors, but I would really like a third monitor that can do, vertical for when I'm looking at PDFs and stuff like that. Because most PDFs and Words... By the time you zoom them appropriately, you can get more on screen if it's vertical. And I'm like, dude, I get that 100%. And he's like, yeah, can you just pay for that? Like, can we get that? And I'm like, yeah, dude, it's like $200. Nobody cares. Like, nobody, the fact that people get all upsetty that you get a third monitor. It's like, dude, they're paying, they're working their ass off. Give them whatever they want. It's a $200 monitor. No one cares. Just do it.
Oh yeah, anymore.
Drives me nuts.
A lot of those monitors aren't even $200.
No, yeah, because they all
get corporate discount.
Yeah, they're all subsidized by the corporate discount. Just give them whatever they want. I don't when it comes to developers, dude. I will go to the mat to give you whatever you want because it's who cares? It costs nothing. Who cares?
Yeah, the thing that really bothers me about it is I work from home because. So, I mean, why the hell does IT care? Well, what IT tells me is that I can't set up my own station and run VPN into the corporate network. Oh, no. We don't. You have to use your laptop. My laptop has one HDMI output.
Right.
No, I want to run 3 monitors. Well, no, we don't support that. Well, but I can buy that
thing.
Right.
Oh, they gave you what? The keys?
No, the USB-C thing, and that's got it's got the little
So Don,
HDMI.
The problem is the dock doesn't work.
So Don,
Mm-hmm.
this is when you go request for a what do we call that? Boy, I'm totally brain dead. My mind is COVID brain dead. That's when you request a expenditure to buy the biggest, widest monitor with one HDMI input. Just get a huge HDMI monitor with one input.
Yeah, I've got
that Samsung 50-inch.
Yeah, why not? Screw it.
I was thinking small. Go for a 70-inch.
Yeah, that I can't sit in front of a 70-inch.
But you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, and because I mean, if you look at my monitor, like the one I'm looking at right now, it's 34 inches wide, and then the one that I game on is 32 inches wide. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. I just prefer to have 2 separate monitors or multiple separate monitors.
I actually am with you. That's how I grew up. That's what I'm used to, is having 2 separate monitors. But at the same time, I've got a 37-inch 4K monitor in my office for work, and that's working out pretty well. I can split things up and keep them separate. They work out really well.
Yeah, the thing is though, for that, I have to do it with, if they're separated monitors, Windows will kind of block them off for you.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, Don. I'm 100%. Did No Code Tech join us? Is he out here? He didn't join us. What's going on? You were in Discord 2 weeks ago, last week, something like that?
He's there, but he's muted.
Yeah, no, wait, he's here? He's muted?
Yeah, muted.
Where?
Right under Michael, KD8JIG.
No, that's No Code General. Different guy.
Oh, different guy.
Different. Okay. I'm talking about the YouTuber, No Code Tech. So a couple of weeks ago, he was in and he was in and out when we got to the YouTube saying hi to everybody. We haven't, I think, officially given him time to talk about his YouTube channel. But anyway, No Code Tech out on YouTube. So if anybody's interested, look him up. He does some good stuff.
So I had the same issue that Don had. Like, they wouldn't, when it comes to monitors, I wanted a third for my work here, but they wouldn't give it to me because I have the laptop and then I have a 24-inch monitor, which it's not going to work. Yeah. So I said, I need another monitor. They said, we can't give you another monitor. I was like, well, how many am I allowed to have? They're like, the laptop and one. I was like, all right, can I have this laptop and a Dell, one of the Dell 43-inch 4Ks that has the Dell Display Manager, so you can have those automatic snapping windows? So I just said, I'll take a 43-inch. So instead of them just giving me another $200 monitor, I made them spend $1,000 and give me a Dell monitor. But now I have this giant 43-inch in a laptop, and it is it's phenomenal. It's like having 4 1080p screens right there in front of my face.
Mm-hmm. See, they gave me 2 brand new monitors, and a USB dock, a keyboard and a mouse that are kind of I think it's like a 1-color keyboard and a 3-color mouse. But the laptop is refurb. Every time I get a Windows update and it reboots, it takes 8 hours for it to boot up. HP Secure Smart. Gotta love it.
Well, I've got the only AMD laptop in the whole place because the CIO came by and said, "Don, we want somebody we can trust to try out a new machine, and we want you to tell us if it works." So they gave me this thing, and I've had it now for about a year and a half, and they decided for whatever reason that they're not going to get them for the rest of the company. So I'm the only one that has one, and it works okay, but it does not play well with with docking stations. I can plug a docking station into it, and then the monitors don't come up. I have to fool with it a bunch to get the extra monitors to come up.
What tablet?
Huh?
What tablet is it?
Tablet? No, it's a laptop.
Oh, it's a laptop.
It's a Lenovo ThinkPad.
Oh, okay. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom and do that whole thing again. So we're gonna pause here. You guys keep talking on the chat. Everybody in the Discord, you guys keep going. I'm just gonna pause on the YouTube side of the house. So run an ad and watch the memes and hear some music, and I'll be right back.
I was going to say I want to run, 2 more monitors, but I'm not about to go out right now at today's prices and buy a second video card. Just not going to happen.
God, those are so expensive.
Ridiculous, man.
And
All right, I'm back.
All you got to do is set the rules correctly.
And I'm back. No, it's cool. You guys keep going. You're talking. It turned into Linux chat.
There you go, Scott.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Don.
But again, I'm not paying.
Oh, this is paying. That's an artist rendition of a workstation.
No, that's a guy's in one of those stations. There's two stations here. One of them there is for work, and the other one is for his games.
That's ridiculous.
That's what I want.
Although
it's in chat.
Although I will say, the developers we have that work on the stuff that we work on, they all have 4 tops, and they also have dual windows next to them. So that gives them a full 6. So that's literally what they look like at work, actually. So I'm laughing like, oh, that's ridiculous, but a lot of my engineers have that set up.
So was it Jeff asked me the question about my WordPress server?
But so 4 are Linux and the other 2 are Windows. By the way, at my work. Anyway, keep going. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying my web server's Lightspeed and the operating system is Linux 3.1.
Which flavor?
Vanilla. Chocolate. Strawberry.
It's the crap out of me. It just says Linux 3.10.
Neapolitan.
Oh well, like. So SE Linux is native to like any of the.
It's pretty much
native to every Red Hat, anything that's a Red Hat thing, and the problem is that if I had to disable it from one of my sites to be able to update and to actually allow updates to happen on WordPress. That's why I was asking. So.
Yeah, all I know is my sites are lightning fast. I never have any problems with getting email. There's never any downtime on the servers. It's just everything works fine.
Yeah, all of the software we delivers on Linux, and all of it has to have SE Linux enabled. And it's not that hard.
I can re-enable it. The problem is I had to disable it in order to upgrade it to WordPress 6 that just came out.
Oh, okay.
And there's
sounds like a WordPress problem.
And it took me 3 months to find what the solution was to be able to do that. So
yeah,
it's not well documented.
Well, SE Linux is a really bizarre set of things where you have these weird rules that you have to set up and all this stuff, and in order to say, oh, okay, well, now this application is going to do this, so if it does, just let it do it, kind of thing. And it's silly, but for some reason, I can't remember who came up with that and when, but when it first came out, we just automatically disabled it and never ran it. And then after a while, all of the security guys, and this is why I just absolutely hate IT security, they just decided one day, oh, no, you have to have that. Why? Well, because it's a security tool. Yeah, but what does it do? No, you don't understand. It's a security tool. Yeah, but what does it do? What is it preventing? Who are you blocking with it? It's a security tool. Just turn it on. And I hate answers like that. Just do it.
Go back inside. What's the problem? Pen, go back inside. I have COVID. Get back inside. Go back inside. I don't have a mask on. I'm not wearing a mask right now. Get back inside.
That is the best excuse.
Ben,
or best reason.
Well, it's a good reason.
No, I have a mask. I'm not going to wear a mask right now on the live stream. Go inside.
Leave.
Next week.
Yeah,
no, nobody can be in here right now. Jeez, guys, no.
Oh, but Josh, they just
I know. Well, I feel bad because he's like standing there with a mask, like, "Can I come in?" I was like, "No, you can't come in. I'm so sorry, you can't." I feel bad. It's tough. Thank you. Thanks for the QSO. Third tonight on FT8 from Syntax 2600. Appreciate it. What? I'm not trading any Pokemon right now. Get out of here. The young one. I just lost the camera. Here we go.
I guess you're raising nerds.
Yeah, my youngest is like big into Pokemon Go right now. So
I didn't know that was still a thing.
Oh, it's still very much a thing for sure.
Oh my gosh, I heard somebody talking about it the other day and thought to myself, wait a second, wasn't that like 5 years ago that was huge?
2016 is when it came out, yeah.
Yeah, but no, people are playing it again like crazy.
Yeah, they are. Whoa,
There's
hey.
some top.
That's weird.
Where was it? I can't remember off the top of my head, but there were some law enforcement officers who got in trouble for not responding to a call, and I kid you not, in their disciplinary report, it was written that they were playing Pokemon Go instead of responding to the call.
That's probably not good.
No. Yeah.
We had the base that I worked on. They put out a memo saying like on base, like there were some because they'd pop up wherever, and the base commander had to put out a memo saying like, you idiots need to not take your phones where you're not supposed to because you're like taking pictures of crap.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's still one of my favorite stories. Is the guy who got walked out of Vandenberg because he was taking pictures of stuff that he shouldn't have been. Oh, that's so funny. That's legit. That happens.
Well, when it first came out, I saw a sign that said, "If you walk into a hole or into a pole, I'm going to laugh at you."
All right. So we're dwindling a little bit on the Discord side. So is there anybody on the YouTube side that wants to ask a question? Because we haven't been doing the live streams on YouTube for a while now. So anybody out there with a ham radio question? Otherwise, I'm going to start talking about the Northman that I watched recently. What a that was a show. I don't know who saw that, but man,
is it worth seeing?
Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah! It was really good.
Wow, that's a strong reaction. I mean, that good, Josh?
Well, I mean, if you like Viking movies, yeah, it's absolutely fantastic.
Well,
yeah.
Wow.
But okay, so there's a lot of people talking about Linux right now. All right, so here's what I'll say. Oh, go ahead, question. Go ahead, and we'll whenever I get a moment. Doesn't matter.
Which website was it again? And the discount code for the Toroids? I had to step away, and it's not on your affiliate links on your website, so I can jot it down.
Yeah, it is Palomar Engineers, and the coupon code is HRCC 73, and it's 10% off of your entire basket.
Thanks.
Your picnic basket, or whatever you got, whatever you're buying.
Hey, Josh, I got a question for you.
Go ahead, question.
So I have recently been looking at buddy polls, and I know in one of your more recent, I think it was the last live, you were talking about how backlogged they are.
Yes.
Do you know of any place that's like acquired them to resell them? Because I just want one specifically for work. But
if you want the Buddy Hex is backlogged. The rest of the Buddy poles and Buddy stick should be available.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so never mind then. Because I just want the Pro.
Yeah, if you want a Buddy Stick Pro, just put an order in for it. You probably won't. You can contact Chris and ask him. It's like, hey, is this are you shipping these? Is this available? Can I buy one? You can email him.
Okay, I'll do that then. Because I need to pick one of those up.
It's the Buddy Hex is the one that nobody can get right now because there's a whole lot of parts in that thing. It is a considerable amount of parts for the price. Like you get a lot of antenna for the price of that thing, for sure. God, it's such a Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say don't say that because then you're making me think of maybe I need to wait and get a Hex. So.
Well, the difference is I can set up the Buddy. I can set up the Buddy Stick Pro in maybe like 5 minutes, without any problem, and be pretty close to getting on the air. The Buddy Hex is going to be like 30 minutes just for assembly, if not more, and then everything else that goes into it, right? Like it's totally a totally different beast, totally different animal. If it's just you trying to do a POTA in a park, go with the Buddy Stick. You're going to be fine. the buddy hex is like I got a crew of folks, or I'm gonna be here the entire weekend, and I'm partying with my family and all that stuff. Like that's when you set up the buddy stick or the buddy hex. The buddy stick's fine. I would go with that for most situations.
Yeah. And if you can't find one, I might have one for sale pretty soon.
Oh, there you go. Message Scott.
Well, and the reason I say that is I'm an emergency management director for a tribal nation. I'll keep it at that. But our state uses a backup HF net for communicating back to the state. So any information the state receives and they need to disseminate it out, it comes across that. They call it their crossbander, but just between me, you, and I guess everyone else, it's an HF frequency. So that's basically what I'm doing, is trying to find a decent radio that if I'm not able to use what's in my office and set up at a secondary location, I can set something up that's not, doesn't take forever and can get us back online so we can figure out what's going on. So that's the whole story behind it.
So, oh boy, okay. So in that, if you're talking like local communication, then you may need all to get onto NVIS or have a different antenna system. A vertical actually has a pretty low takeoff angle, so you're going to be more towards contacts that are further away from you than in close. So that's
So to give you some idea,
by the way, the buddy hex won't help in this category either.
Right. No, this is it's about 4 hours away, so I think it's somewhere around 230 miles.
That's all NVIS territory. You need an NVIS antenna. If you want those two sites to talk to each other over HF, you need to have NVIS. You need to, okay, so I actually have an answer for that too. I just finished reviewing this antenna, so everybody watching right now, you're getting insider information. The terminated dipole, the Chameleon terminated dipole 2.0. I just finished reviewing it. It was actually the antenna I reviewed when I went to Ohio before I got COVID, and I was out there with the Vinton Amateur Radio Club in Ohio. That antenna is a NVIS antenna that is all multi-band. You don't require a tuner for any of it. It will work ALE if you want to work ALE for local municipality stuff. That antenna is perfect for a NVIS setup. You do need a good 120 feet or so on total length 120 feet, but you actually want to keep it like 10 feet above the air, above the ground or below, and that would work perfect. If you do both sides that way, you'll be able to talk no problem. You'll sound really good.
Okay. Well, you definitely left me with more questions than answers. Thank you.
Yeah, because if you want to, like 230 miles away over HF, you have to do NVIS. You can't just like, I'm going to put a vertical up. No way at all. No way.
Okay.
Sorry, I mean, I hate to tell you that, but that's the reality of it. And that's what the military's figuring out. The military's going back to doing NVIS on HF. There's a whole bunch of people that are realizing like HF local in communication is really powerful, but you have to have the right antenna solution for it. And it's almost always NVIS every time, which is a dipole basically that is close to the ground every time. That's what you want.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, you gave me at least something to start researching. So thank you, sir.
Yeah, look up near vertical incidence skywave, NVIS antenna.
Oh, yeah. Since you said that and I had no idea what it was, I had to start looking it up. See, I found plenty of things to look at, so thank you.
Yeah, somebody asked a question about camping antennas, too. It was Rod, K5KTI, says, what is your preferred antenna for camping? It's the antenna I have on me, to be honest with you. I've done the Buddy Stick Pro multiple times. An antenna I like for camping, and this is going to depend on... So it's going to depend on how many kids are running around. That's often the problem that I have with a lot of antennas, is how many kids are running around the place, how many people are going to be in your area that you're operating from. That's going to change what antenna I put up significantly. A lot of the times, a freestanding guide vertical does pretty well because your guidelines don't have to be that wide out, like wide from the base of the antenna, and you can add little flags to it, and most of the time kids see that and other people see that, so they're fine. And then you can run anything on that. It could be a DX commander, it could be just an end fed that you slide over the top for like an inverted V into a tree or something like that. The Buddy Stick Pro is okay. The problem with the Buddy Stick Pro is like literally the radial is at the clothesline level for children, and children just run into all kinds of crap, and they don't care. So even if you put lots of flags on the Buddy Stick Pro radial line camping, you're still going to get somebody that just wilds and walks into it and then takes your whole thing out. The Buddy Hacks might be okay for camping if you're going to be there over the weekend, because again, that's straight up a guide system. It's totally guide out. It's probably 15 feet in full diameter. 15 feet, probably 25 feet actually, full diameter with all the two guide levels that you go with it. That's like the most serious setup. Pactenna, yep, Scott with the Pactenna, I totally recommend that as well. But just keep in mind, it depends on who, like where you are camping and who is around you and who's going to be running around doing, shenanigans. Children for me are always my biggest concern because I'm a dad, I got 2 boys, and usually if we go camping, we're going out with other families, and they're going to have other kids there, and they're going to be running around like crazy. So that is the concern that I have most of the time. Other thoughts, though? What do you guys think? What's a good camping antenna that you guys recommend?
Well, it also depends on how you set up the antenna. If you set it up in an NVIS configuration, you can have just the coax going down the side of a tree and have the feed point end of the antenna up top, and then run the wire across another tree, and then everything's off the ground except the coax. Hey,
Daniel, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you so much. But I agree with you. Also, NVIS antennas oftentimes catch deer more than anything, believe it or not. Deer, particularly male deer with their antler, they get caught up in it and they'll rip the whole goddamn thing off the feed line. So that's the thing that happens.
I'll have to try that out this year at hunting season.
Yeah, how do you, yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah, I like to survey or at least understand the environment I'm going into before I pick an antenna. Because I need to know, what are the trees like? What are my options to getting something up in the air?
Right.
Would a vertical be a better solution for a particular situation or a horizontal?
Well, you see, when I go out, though, I carry that 12-meter spider pole in the back of my truck, and I keep the DX Commander Expedition pole with me. So if I don't have trees around, I can put up those 2 poles or one of those poles and configure it however I want.
That's a good call.
Right. Yeah, I in some cases, it's almost easier to, like, put some rocks around you're talking about a pole, and then just have the wire at the top of the pole, like running down the pole, so that it's almost like you've got an in-fed half-wave straight up. But I've also in some cases you got an easy picnic bench, and that like mount like Josh was showing the other day, then just slapping a vertical up real quick is easy.
Yeah, Josh, when you had me on your show a couple months ago, you seemed surprised when I told you I carry like 12 antennas with me when I go out.
Dude, you carry a lot of gear in the field. You and I are like on totally different ends, like bookended. We're very, very different. I'll generally pack a backup K6 ARK or a Pactenna as like a total extreme backup. But then I'll have like a sometimes that's my primary system, to be honest with you. If I'm doing QRP, hell yeah, I'll just do a Pactenna or a K6 ARK. Yeah. But I at most I'll have 2 antennas at most.
Yeah, but honestly, aside from my DX Commander Expedition, all my other antennas I have in my backpack that I showed you are all just little end-fed half-waves, just in different types. K6 ARK, KM4 ACK, the Pactenna.
Yeah, but how many do you really need? Like you're turning into Batman of like you're using them as like batter eggs almost, like wha-ta antenna, wha wha whip, whap, bap.
Well, this is something I kind of learned from Kay at MRD when he and I go up to Huntsville, where he lives, and do POTA. We'll set up 2 or 3 antennas and put them on a switch, and while we're sitting there listening, people we'll switch back and forth on them to see how which antenna, depending on who we're listening or whoever's coming in for our answering our POTA request.
Like why?
See which antenna sounds better.
And you can add little flags to it, and most of the time kids see that.
Let's see. Right now in my car, I have 2 spark plugs, KM4ACK, car, the 50-foot mast, and probably, well, literally a band or a ham stick fully assembled and tuned for every band from 6 meters up to 40 meters.
Third tonight on FT8.
That I carry that with me all the time.
Like there were some because
well, yeah, and the 50-foot mast and the tripod. That's
talking about how backlogged they are.
But that's what you get for driving a van.
Yeah, but it's also you have to admit it's kind of nice to have those choices, and maybe something happened to one of your antennas before you don't realize until you hook it up and something's wrong, where you got a backup instead of driving all the way back home.
Yeah. And what was really stupid today, I took off to go do my POTA, and I got nearly all the way there, and I was like, I didn't get the battery out of the house, so I had to turn around and come all the way back to get a battery, because that's one thing I will not carry in my car, because Scott, it's too hot in Texas to leave batteries out in the car.
You can bake cookies on the hood of your on the dashboard of your car here.
Yeah.
Do that. Somebody make a video.
Hi guys.
Hi.
How is everyone this evening?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
So.
Yeah, I melted. I melted a GPS in my car.
Well, here, let me go back a step. Did anybody else have a recommendation on a camping antenna?
I just ended up using
half-wave.
What?
I was saying I bought the end-fed half-wave, and then you can always take a mast if you don't have trees. So.
Yeah. I mean that is a really good versatile antenna.
Yeah.
Particularly if you get 20 meters, 15 meters, and 40 meters out of an end-fed half-wave. That's pretty much your whole day and evening at that point. I know a lot of people want to get into 80, but the problem with 80 is 80's stupid when you start talking about length of wire. It's a lot of damn wire, and most of the time, it's total rag chew territory. It's 100%. Everybody's just out there flapping their gums, talking about something. Which is there's nothing wrong with that. They're enjoying their life. That's great. But if you're out there camping, maybe you're doing a POTA or something like that. You may not want to mess around with that. You might not.
Well, and I have to say, I did really well with a ham stick on a spike on 80 meters, believe it or not. Now, if all you're going to do is talk to some, or actually that was 75 meters. But yeah, if you're just going to get up in the morning and you're bored and you want to, there's a lot of early morning nets on 80 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I responded in the chat, but I'd like the Chameleon TDL tactical dental loop. It's really good for NVIS on 40.
That's a good point too. Yeah, the TDL actually, for the person was talking about an antenna system to use with different agencies or different groups, the TDL might be a good one.
Yeah.
The tactical delta loop. I will talk about my little spike here though. My little spiky bit. That I love this thing. This little eBay purchase that I got. That is a nice antenna for anything with a PL239. It's not for ham sticks. It's for PL239, so it limits it somewhat, but it's pretty good.
And 239 or 259?
259. PL259? Yeah, PL259. So coax connector. UHF connector. Wait, is it? Okay, keep going. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, so have you done your video now on the GRA 7350 or?
No, that's the spike though for that. That's the spike for it.
Yeah. Because you mentioned it briefly in your vlog, but you didn't. Yeah, I was thinking, well, wait a minute. He never said whether he was going to recommend it or not. But I'm enjoying mine. But
you got me off.
Yeah, the thing is, I went with the tripod, and I got lucky on the tripod because when it first came in, the box was literally destroyed. So when I looked in it, it said on the tripod that you're supposed to get a little bag with it, and I thought, I don't have the bag. I wonder what else it's missing. So I called Amazon and explained the situation. I said, don't worry about it. We're going to send you another one. You don't have to send the other one back.
Oh, good.
And so I got the other one. It's exactly the same. There is no little bag in there. And I thought, well, okay. So I got, so instead of paying $99, I paid $49, and I got one for my antenna and one. I mean, that's a really good camera mount. Really good.
That little tripod, right? Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have a link to that spike thing you just showed us?
I do. I linked it in the last my last video that I did.
Ah, okay. I'll go look for it.
Hold on, I'll pull it up too. I'll come around there. Hold on.
Yeah, I've been thinking about buying one of those too.
I don't think it's unreasonable either for the price, and they actually have an insert so you can tripod mount it if you wanted to, which I was like, okay, that's cool.
The thing I'm wondering is, can I do a Chuck special?
What's a Chuck special?
Oh, build it yourself. Basically, buy some rod to bang into the ground and clip something onto the side of it. Because all you're talking about is like you've got to have an SO 239, and I wonder if there's something that is a what is it, 3/4 or 3/8 24 thread that would screw into something and provide a PL259 on top of it.
Scott, I just dropped it. It's $40 on eBay, so I don't think that's unreasonable.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you were Don. You were talking about building your own kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually for the past couple months going to do a show because I bought the Arrow antenna. I want to get into satellite stuff. When I finally got in, I was like, I bet I could build one of these. So I was going to do a show on how to build one.
Yeah.
But when I got all the parts sourced, yeah, you can build one cheaper.
Yeah.
For about $10 cheaper.
Yep.
It's not worth it. It's not worth the aggravation. You're not even including you're not including the labor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of.
I don't want to get on the dark side, but if you go to the gas station, where they use those other radios we don't talk about on here, they've got mirror clips that have 239s on them, and and the stud just for the ham sticks also.
We can talk about those radios. I'm okay with that.
I'm
pro CB. I don't care.
But yeah, they've got, it's like a clamp, like a GoPro clamp. It clamps on the mirror on the round bar. So I mean, you could just get a bar and clamp one of those on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of what Chuck did when he was like. See, the deal was on that I started talking about. I like those super spike things, and I bought a couple of them, and I put the ham sticks on them, and I have them out in the yard, or had them out in the yard messing with them, and then I mentioned it to Sean, and so Sean came up with something that was like that, and then Chuck apparently had to do him one better, and so they basically built their own. And I have to say, I mean, in that case, that spike is like $50, and I think Sean and Chuck both came in under about $10.
For which one?
The spike with the 20 or 3/8 or 3/8 inch 24.
Oh, the ham stick connector.
Yeah.
Connector.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
That's actually your largest expense is that ham stick connector. You can come up with all kinds of ways to adapt that to a spike.
They're about $5 or something like that.
I mean, that's the largest part of it, though. Otherwise, the spike you can get like a tent stake, and you can make that work.
Yeah, that's what Sean did, and then Chuck went and got a piece of rebar from Home Depot for a couple of bucks.
Yeah, nice. That'll do it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I did it with a tent stake and a PVC pipe for just a mat stand.
Yeah. And yeah, That's something I need for my DX Commander. I just don't want to take the bottom. Well, I don't want to cut the bottom of it to stick something up inside it.
Yeah, I'm still very pro of guying the DX Commander. Like I think that's still just the best way to do it.
Yeah, it only takes a couple minutes.
No. Y'all are thinking about putting one up in the field. Remember, I have one in the backyard that's permanently up. Mm-hmm. And the permanent one up, every 3 to 6 months, the bottom will slide out of it. And so it falls down out of the guys.
Oh, so you just want something vertical that gives you a little bit of presence, because you still need need the base plate and the top plate, because you still need to separate the radial from the element, the radiating elements.
Right, and the way that it does is you screw that cap on the bottom, right? Well, I don't want to cut the cap so I can slide something up in there. That's all it would take, but
just pop up, take a quarter-inch drill bit and just pop a little hole in the base of it and put the spike up there. Put the rebar. Just pound in rebar and do it that way.
I did something even a little bit better for mine to keep it stabilized. I've got mine guyed up top where he says to guy it, but down below I grabbed another hose clamp and I put 3 550 cord ropes coming out of that and put smaller tent stakes just to secure it down to the ground right at the base. So it can't pivot in the wind.
But on the DX Commander? Because right at the bottom, you've got those 2 plates. So where did you put the clamp? Above the plates?
You can put it above the plates, or you can put it above the plates. It's just there to keep the bottom half from pivoting. You make the 550 cord.
I did that, Scott, but I didn't even bother to put the hose clamp in there. I'm just doing 550 cord in a loop and looping it back. But even that and here's the thing, and at least in my ground, when like in the summer, it dries out and it gets rock hard, and where that tent stake went in, it'll literally lift right back out and right out of the ground. Even the screw types.
Well, I also bought the heavy duty tent stakes from Academy. They're like, I don't know, 14, 15 inches long and about a quarter inch or better thick. So you put those in the ground, they're down in 10, 12 inches. They ain't going anywhere.
Trampoline stakes work great.
Well, I've had the screw type where you screw them into the ground about 12 inches. And in the rain, when it really rains hard, those things will come right out of the ground. The ground gets so saturated.
You must have different ground up where you are, because down here, you go a foot in the ground here, it's all clay.
Yeah, here it's all cotton. It's for growing cotton is what it is. It's that kind of topsoil, and it gets really, really hard in the summer, but in the rainy season in fall and spring, it gets really, really loose because of the saturation, and even the grass won't hold it down.
Hey, let me take a minute if I can, just for everybody that's watching. A lot of the stuff we're talking about, a simple, really, really good tool that you should add to your kit is go buy like 5 of these electric fence posts. They're white. The step-on fence posts, the white ones are the ones you want, and I'll literally take the link and I'll post it in the on the chat. I've used these for the Buddy Stick Pro. I've used these for guying out larger antennas. And you want the white ones in particular because that bottom tip there is metal. And there's a foot stand that you can push it into. And that first little clip, there's multiple clips all the way up. I've used that. So when we did the terminated dipole, when we were in Ohio last week, we used 2 of those. The Vinton Amateur Radio Club had a couple of these. Just buy 5 of them. They're like $200. They're $2.60. You buy like 5 of them. You just keep them. They work as stakes in the ground, and they're great because it's a big vertical white thing. You put a flag on it so people won't trip on it. They work for guying out anything. They work for stakes in the ground. They work for all kinds of stuff. This is absolutely the killer thing. Tractor Supply, $259. There you go.
And,
absolutely great deal.
Home Depot has them for
Yes.
$1 or something.
Yeah, where you can get them cheaper, but you don't want the all plastic. You want the white one that has the metal tip. You want the metal tip that goes into the ground. That's what you want.
Yeah, they're worth their weight in gold. And they'll prop up every single end fed you have.
You will find ways to use those that you can't even believe. It just trust me. Throw one in your trunk, but again, buy like 5 of them. Who cares? They're very inexpensive. Buy extras and keep them on you, and you'll find new and interesting ways to use them. G3UAS just locked out of contact with them, so there you go. We're getting into the UK.
Hey, what was Samuel's again?
I posted it in. Let me grab the link. Posted in the. Don't do the one Leo. Nothing. No offense to what Leo posted, but that's not the one I recommend.
So on that page that he showed the that stake, but on the bottom of the page there's a picture of the wire, but it's like it's not just wire, but it's also like plastic, but it's used to shock so animals stay in. I don't know why, but I want to go find a farm that has that and see if I can tune it up.
You can. I use it. I've actually used that tape. It's like you can get like 2-inch wide. It works pretty good.
Now you give me ideas. Go out to the hill country and see if I can tune up somebody's barbed wire fence.
Exactly.
Oh, that's the thing. Yeah. You get NVIS for days on a barbed wire.
Yeah, just be sure they're not running electric through it, because I wouldn't want to hook that up to your radio.
That's a good point too, Don.
You'll probably know when you were connecting it.
Yeah, the minute you put your hand on it.
Shocker.
And I'm not speaking from experience or anything.
People are often shocked to find out I'm a bad electrician.
I got a question. Speaking of MVIS, what if you was going to run an end-fed half wave? How would you run it? I mean, how high? What's
5 feet. Aim for where deers will get all messed up in their antlers. That's where you set an NVIS.
If you're gonna catch a 10-point buck, you gotta have it.
You got it. 10-point bucks height. That's where you want to be.
Okay.
That is literally it. Like, seriously, I hate to tell you, there's no better solution for local incomms. 400 to 0 miles from your location on HF.
I'm thinking about getting some of those electric fence deals and stapling them to my existing fence and just running it down the fence line.
There you go.
Oh, you buy 4 of those, you might probably make a pretty cool delta loop, right?
You can build a beverage out of that. Beverage antenna is a fantastic listening antenna. Highly directional, but probably one of the best. The contesters all use that to get really low noise receive capability. A beverage antenna. Look it up.
Yep, and a loop on the ground is actually a type of beverage.
It is, sure. Absolutely.
Being that it's so hard to get a buddy hex, I actually try to go out and source parts. And years ago, you could buy like a 6-pack of those little collapsible fishing poles for like $25 for a set of 6. Now they're like $25 a piece.
With the clips, though?
Yeah.
With the clips on it?
Oh, I could 3D print the clips and stuff in the hub and everything. It's just getting those.
Oh, the clips, though, are pretty fantastic, I gotta say.
Chuck is looking at these plastic stakes like you can get at Home Depot, like the yard stakes. They're about 4 or 5 feet long that you stick in and grow plants up.
That might work
too. He was thinking about getting those and trying to, because I've been teasing Chuck on the Toads Discord because he built a 6-meter hex beam just 6 meters.
Mm-hmm.
And so they keep talking about, their next antenna, the next car. And I keep going, no, the next car is going to be a car hex beam. And then they laugh. And I said, no, Chuck's already got the start of it. So Chuck started actually looking at it, although I don't know how far he'll get with it.
Well, my original idea was to make like a 4-bander hex beam. And now I'm just thinking, because it's so hard. I mean, I've been looking everywhere to try to source parts, make this thing for under $100.
Yeah, that's what
well,
he's
that's
trying
tough.
to do.
That's really tough to make a hex
And
beam under
I think I've just come to the point now. If I could get a 20-meter hex beam, I'd be fine.
Yeah.
That's where I primarily stay when I'm doing POTA. I go to 40 every once in a while, or 17, but 20 would be fantastic.
So I'm a big advocate of. So, how do I say this in the appropriate way? I think oftentimes hex beams include work bands because they can, but I don't think that they're that important most of the time. So I think a 20, 15, 10, and 6. I would leave 6 out though. 6 you can just drop it. I think the 20, 15, and 10, if you can get those in a hex beam, that's your money bands. Like for a hex beam, you're good. You're good.
So you could do 40, and that would give you 15 as well, right?
40 is a big ass hex beam though. Straight up.
Yeah, it's so huge. It's so huge they don't even make hex beams out of them. They make a single dipole.
No, I mean mine had to be linearly loaded. Like, so you're talking like, okay, just to put this into like spatial understanding, a 20-meter hex beam is 25 feet ish width, like diameter across, right? If you want to add 40, you're almost doubling that. Almost doubling. You're close to doubling. They do a 40 short, and I have a 40 short, and it's linearly loaded. So it's literally wires that pass back and forth multiple times to get it within tuning range for 40.
But at the end of the day, it's still just a dipole, right? It's not a true beam.
Well, it's a No, it is. It's a 2-element. It's a 2-element beam. On the one I have, yeah, that it's a linearly loaded 40-meter short.
Okay, that must be why it's $1,500.
I've just seen guys go out there and the performance that these hex beams, or at least the buddy hex, the performance people are getting out of that seems to be very impressive to me. I just want to play with one.
It's very good, but it's very wide. It's a 2-element. It's a 2-element. It's a 2-element beam, so it's going to behave that way. It's like a floodlight versus a spotlight.
And by the way, Scott, which is good. There's another type of antenna that performs similarly. It's called a Moxon.
That's the one that ham radio dude just built out of like chair parts or something.
That was for 2 meters, though.
Yeah, that was 2 meters. I've got a 6-meter Moxon, and MFJ actually makes a 10-meter and 15-meter Moxon, and they're very easy to build because basically they're tubes that are bent almost in a square, and they are also very wide in their 2-element.
So how big would one have to be to do 20 meters?
Well, that's
same size.
What?
What do you mean? I mean the width I think is about the same, right? No. By the way, there are calculators on.
Look at the calculators. Look at the calculators. The problem with most of these is that they're like a cubicle quad is still one of the best antennas you can put up. But you know how difficult that is for like 20 meters? It's a big ass antenna. Like it's a big antenna. They're all like all things, right? If you're playing the wire game, if you're putting up a wire and everything's good and great, there's tons of options and they're all kinds of fun. But when you start talking about gain, there are a couple of options, like really decent options, and they all have a ton of baggage that comes along with them. The hex beam is a really nice balance of baggage to gain. You get about 6 dB-ish out of a hex beam, and they're not too cumbersome that you can't put them up, and they don't get a bunch of wind load, but they're wide. They don't get a lot of front to back ratio. The side to side's okay. You'll still hear a lot of ancillary chatter. They don't drive out a lot of noise and focus it to where you're pointing. But oftentimes for like Parks on the Air and a weekend activation, that's totally fine. So it's literally the perfect camping antenna. It really is. Like the weekend camper is perfect with a buddy hex. I have to say, it's overkill for them, really.
Yeah, Chuck built a 2-meter cubicle quad, and he said he'd never do it again.
Yeah.
Well, what about a folded dipole? Why does nobody use that?
A what dipole?
A folded dipole, like a.
Yeah, people use that.
Well, you just never see it on HF. I mean, you see it on repeater, like the repeater antennas,
No, they use it on HF because of physical constraints. Like if your lot is only so big and you can only put up so much wire, sometimes people do like a folded dipole for that. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, you're gonna be, it's gonna be compromised to a point, right? Like, we know that.
Well, do you not get a little bit of directionality, or I want to say gain, but I don't know.
Not really. So a lot of folks will talk about the directionality of dipoles, and so if you, I'll pull up an image because the image is going to do better to explain it, but because I tried to explain this like vocally to my wife, and I totally butchered it. But so if you think of a dipole as two wires, right? And we know that they don't radiate out of the tips of the wire. It radiates out of the broad side. It's basically two circles on each side of the broad side of the dipole. The broad side has two circles, and it creates a big vertically standing donut. That's basically what a dipole does in its propagation space, right? The field that it creates, that RF field, is a big donut that's standing up on end to end. So yes, there is some directionality that people that are broadside of that donut is going to hear you better than the people that are off the null points of that donut. But when you start talking about gain, the gain comes in is when you have a parasitic element on the backside of that dipole that is a little bit longer. That's the reflector. And that reflector is going to create a lot of reflection where that again, that vertically standing donut, all that RF that hit the reflector is going to hit it and push it forward. And so then all of a sudden your donut starts to look more like a bundt cake when you flip it over out of the pan, and you got all those little peaks and valleys that come out of the bottom of the bundt, and you face it towards the direction you're going. That's your bundt cake. It's going that direction where all the little points are. Well, you start adding elements in front of that, and those are collectors, right, or directors that are driving that RF pointed and making it more of a cone and pulling it in, right? That's where you get gain, when you start adding these parasitic elements on top of how you're transmitting RF. The dipole is just the beginning if you start thinking about it like that. That's the simplest antenna, is the dipole. But if you want to get gain out of it, then you got to start adding the reflectors and the directors to move everything forward. Thank you very much, Magic Cat Magician Butt Cake. You like that? It is though. It's kind of like that if you start thinking about it. A little bit more dB is a butt cake.
I thought when you folded one, you got a little directionality.
I don't think so.
It was something like the half square.
I mean, you might get some, but I don't know that we'd all be like, oh, that's the killer directionality. No, generally you have to add elements to it to add considerable dB of gain. From my point of view.
I think probably the simplest antenna that would give you a reasonable amount of gain is the half square. And it's kind of, imagine building an off-center fed dipole. You have a 1/4 wave element on one side of the balun, 1-to-1 balun, and then you have a 3/4 wave element on the other side. So you hang it, so the 3/4 wave element is the half wave of it is horizontal, and then you let the remaining 1/4 wave dangle down to the ground, and you let the other one dangle down to the ground with the feed point at the one top corner. And that's about the simplest antenna you can get with actually double the gain of a dipole or more.
As always, antennas should be built based off the capabilities and space that you have to deploy them. If you have a limited space... What?
Sorry, it's Shane here.
Oh, hey Shane, what's up, man? Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going?
Go ahead, interrupt me mid-sentence.
Yeah, my bad.
It's alright. Go ahead.
Again. Speaking of antennas, how did that MFJ 1979 work for you?
Oh, I've done that multiple times. They work great.
Okay, because I got one too, and that thing kicks ass on POTAs.
Yeah, as long as you tune it up, like if you use a proper antenna tuner on it, hell yeah, they do the job. They'll get it done.
Should try one as a 20-meter dipole.
Yeah, Don, dude, thank you for posting that picture. That was a cool picture. The dipole. Yeah, that's super cool.
Yeah, I don't know. We just can't get gigaparts interested in carrying those, but
I think you have to get it high enough off the ground though to really be like.
That's what their masts are for, right? That's
yeah.
what. I mean, if you look at the picture, I've
true.
got it up on a mast. I've just got that's a topper on top of a mast, and then the thing is screwed into it.
I was going to say, we're talking about the 1979, the one that Josh picked up from Gigaparts.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Don made a dipole out of them.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And in fact, we've done a dipole, and we've actually done a 10-meter and 20-meter dipoles. So they're like, there's four of them. Not four of the 1979s. I think the other one is the 1977. I think the one below that, which is the 12-foot. So and we generally push those in to get 10 meters, because there's I mean, obviously, they're awfully flimsy up at the top.
Yeah, I was going to say. Sean going to get bent pretty quick.
Yeah, Sean created a thing that would suspend it from that center position so that it would kind of hold it up a little bit and provide some strength to the ends. And it's really not too hard to do, because you just basically kind of pull back a little bit on the, where, you know how the sections are. So you come up from up one of the sections and kind of pull back on it, and it will meet that where the section goes into the other section. It'll meet that and then kind of lift it up. So it can hold it up at the ends and or towards the end there and keep it up pretty well.
Nice. All right. Well, I worked a guy in Alaska yesterday who was only running 5 watts just outside of Juneau on that thing.
Well, see, I run those, and I run the 20-meter ham stick, but not like what Josh has, right? I have the 600-watt version, which is much bigger. And, in fact, it's at least 13 feet tall. And of course, on the van. And I've worked Paris, France with it on SSB, no problem. Actually, when I got Paris, the bands were not all that great. So it depends. But I love that one, the 1979, because there's just no loading on it. And I need to go out and do POTA with one of those, where instead of the ham stick, the 20-meter ham stick, I use that 20-meter 1979. I think that'd be. I just haven't done it.
Works amazingly well, Don. I've done that myself out portable. I've also stuck it on top of my tar heel as well. It works great.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's fully extended with no coil or anything. It does 20 meters perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and you can just slide it down a little bit and do 17, 15, the whole lot.
Yep.
Which antenna?
The 1979.
Oh, the whip. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Anything 20 meters and higher frequency will be great. You'll do great. Yeah. That's always the cool part about like if you get the Chameleon empath set up or anything like that, you can just remove that transformer out of it, and just if you can figure out a way to interface it, you can go straight 20 meters and higher frequency, and you're good to go.
Now, Scott, here's what you do. You take those 1979s and you line them up, and you push one of them down a little bit in front of the other one and a little bit in front of the other one, and you got a director like you wouldn't believe.
So there's a question on YouTube, which I think we can talk about. It's from Gizmo, and he says, "Is there a way to build up a mesh network over HF via digital modes for data transmissions, like it's made for Arden?" So the thing to keep in mind, and I think this is a really, really important thing that we really need to keep in mind when we talk about HF versus VHF, UHF, is the bandwidths that we're allowed to use on VHF, UHF, and particularly UHF, drastically differs from HF. Yes.
Less than dial-up.
Yeah, we could push high bandwidth onto HF. We totally could do that, but we're generally not we're not allowed to do that. So we do it mainly line of sight. That's why you see such really, really good capabilities. If you're using Vara FM, for instance, your emails will go out so fast, to the point that you're like 36K almost. Rod Rice, thank you so much for supporting me on Twitch. I appreciate it. The higher frequency stuff, we as radio amateurs get access to higher bandwidths, up to the point of gigahertz space. But when you start looking at HF, we're extremely limited on bandwidths. That's what keeps everything really slow. That's what keeps it so we can't move as much data. Go ahead, Don. I know you want to talk about this.
Well, to a degree, and I'm just going to lament the passing of something that we should have kept. Honestly, for this capability, we should have kept, and that is packet BBSs. Because packet BBSs, you could literally send email through them, and you could do things like that. You could transfer files through them, stuff like, again, just like we used to do in the old modem days, like with a FidoNet or something like that. So I could push something from one station to another station to another station to another station, and get them to arrive, at some distance. And we just don't do packet radio anymore. So
no code tech is now in the Discord, and we'll let him chat here if I think he's out here. So he's asking what's the limits on HF bandwidth. So if you have to keep in mind that while digital and CW can technically transmit anywhere in the HF privileges, they're generally devoted more towards the lower side of the band, and then the higher side is where the voice portion exists. So you're talking about CW. CW is 500 hertz probably at the most of the time on transmit, and you're comparing that to like a digital mode, and the digital mode's like, well, shoot, if you give me 2.4 kilohertz, I'll use it. I'll use all of it, and I'll just be able to transmit faster. For the CW guy, they're like, oh my god, that's like huge. That's more than a massive portion of the band, and you just want to take that to do digital modes. That they're not really for that, right? So it would largely require that digital modes step up way higher into the voice portion and get out of that space, and then they'd just be competing with people on voice, which there is already more people for. And then there would be just massive pissed off people about that. They'd be really mad because, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Don should do a video on that. Yeah, you're probably right, man. You're totally right.
No, I was talking about that PSK mail.
Oh, I didn't do I've never done PSK mail.
There you go. There you should.
I want high bandwidth on HF. That's what I'd really like.
Oh, true, but we're not allowed to do the same things we're allowed to do on cell phone stuff.
Yeah. I mean, if you get right down to it, so that's a really fun thing about all this. Like, if you just start thinking about like what we pay money for, like cell phones and whatnot, it's just higher bandwidth. Like that's all they're doing.
Yeah.
They're all line of sight, high bandwidth data transmissions. And that's what allows
Yeah.
them to keep the latency relatively low, but also move a lot of data around, is because they're just using high frequency and high data bandwidth.
Yeah,
It's all
and-
bandwidth.
Yeah, the interesting thing about like what they do on the cell phones is they're basically sending out almost like white noise out, and then they're able to take that white noise and break it down into its component parts, and then pick out individual pieces of that parts in order to create, multiple channels and all this stuff.
I was
It's just,
wondering about that. I was wondering about that. Yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah. But as far as I understand it, the FCC will not let us do that.
Which
say
is
over
crazy.
HF or
Which is
yeah.
crazy. Why not? Who cares? Why
There-
not?
There's a symbol limit. You can only go up to 1200 baud.
Yeah, no, I
That's
appreciate
fine.
that. I appreciate that, but I'm saying why?
Yeah, that's
I
what
guess-
never made sense.
Guess that rule came into effect before supercomputers could decode it all fast enough.
Yeah.
So
It's
good
interesting
answer.
to note
Good
that
answer, but also
yeah.
let's fight that. Let's get those bandwidth increase.
It's really not supercomputers anymore. It's just custom hardware.
They need to change it to bandwidth and get away from baud rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's worth noting that over here we have no such limit.
So have y'all solved the problem yet, Rob?
Which one?
Digital voice or carrying a high-speed bandwidth over HF?
No.
On
they
amateur
want to carry
radio?
on. They want to carry on rag chewing on SSB.
How illegal would it be
Right. Yeah.
if you could multiplex multiple channels together?
I mean, you can.
Well, like, why can't we do QAM 128 over HF?
I don't know, man. Well, I've said my piece.
You
I've said my
on
piece.
HF.
Yeah, the hardware is not available to us right now because it is expensive chips that do that. But given that you had the chips or had the ability to create the chips, then why not? But
Did they ever update the Part 97 rules for VHF for speeds, or are they still using speed, the baud rate as a basis?
What's baud rate?
See, they just need to go to bandwidth.
Yes, I don't think anybody disagrees with you, Jeff. I think we agree.
I know, preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
Do they let you do fast scan TV over there?
Yeah, on high frequency, VHF, UHF.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But not on UHF.
No.
Or sorry,
UHF.
VHF. Sorry.
Correct. Yeah. All right. So I will transition quickly because I know Scott was talking about this, and I think I'm running out of time here. I want to talk about the Northman really quick. So,
Okay.
Has anybody seen this movie?
No. Where do you get it?
It's streaming now. You can find it online streaming. It's a Viking revenge movie. It's about a son that is revenging against his father's death, and his father was killed by his uncle. Okay?
Yeah, very historically accurate film.
So, there is actually a history to this, and I had a dad talk to me. I was standing in line because I'm kind of the Viking guy, I guess, in my friend group with my wife and all the friends. And the father was talking to me. He's an Indian guy, and he's like, "Hey, I just watched The Northman." He's like, "Have you watched it yet?" And I'm like, "I haven't." He's like, and I was like, "Should I?" And he's like, "Yeah, you should, but we should talk about it after." I'm like, "Why?" He's like, "Well, it's very like apropos to movies we watched as a child." And I'm like, "Okay, that's very weird." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Oh, it's a very similar storyline to other things we know." And I was like, "Oh, interesting." I'm like, "Okay." So I went off and watched it. So The Northman is, for those of you that don't know, is a very similar story to Hamlet. Hamlet being Shakespeare, right? Shakespeare, Hamlet. Well, historically, the story of Hamlet came from a North a Norse mythology that William Shakespeare picked up. It turns out that that story is also The Lion King. So it is very much on the sleeve when you watch that of The Lion King. Hamlet and The Lion King share a ton of relative story arcs. And that is also the basis of the Northman. And the Northman is basing it off of Norwegian mythical, by transmission via voice story, right? So that's where that comes from. And it's very good. It's very violent, though. You don't have any children in the room. Ham King. Yeah, it's Ham King. That's what we're calling it. We're calling it Ham King.
Only 64 on Rotten Tomato.
It's good. It was pretty good. It's very violent. Oh man, it's really super violent. Very surreal. It gives you. Oh, by the way, Bjork's in it. Which, like, frickin' Bjork is wild. The last time I saw her, she was talking about her television. How are you still awake? Get in bed. My son just opened the door. Get in bed.
And so this is before you watched Vampire, right?
Close the door. Close the door. Not right now. Not right now. Okay, they want to tell me something. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I said this is before he becomes a vampire, right?
Dustin said the Northman is much more enjoyable than the Lion King for those who enjoy violence. Yeah, it's very violent. It's very violent. Close the door.
So is this like The Lion King meets Game of Thrones?
Yes.
So that's what's kind of vibe I'm getting off of it from how you've explained it.
Yeah.
Meets Viking.
But it's total, like, I mean, Lord of the I don't know. They're very different. Viking, I don't know. Viking stuff feels very Viking. This is very Viking. That's what I'll say about that.
I did watch it, just because I kind of, I don't know. There's not a whole lot of Viking films really that are actually good that are out. I mean,
Correct.
Like the 13th Warrior, like
horrible Viking movie. Horrible Viking movie.
It's horrible. But I mean, you know, if you don't think of it as a Viking movie, it's still pretty good.
Thank you. Oh God, it is. Okay, nobody. By the way, nobody draw any Norse like understanding of Norwegian people from the 13th Warrior. Please don't do that. Antonio Banderas has. Oh God, the movie is so frustrating to me. Jamscan, keep going, because I'll go on a tirade for like 30 minutes about the 13th Warrior. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I liked, I would say, most of the Northman, but there's a couple parts where they kind of go. I don't want to like give any spoilers away for anybody that hasn't seen it, but like there's a certain part involving, I don't know, we'll call it a den, and I think you can probably know what I'm talking about, but that's just a little weird. I kind of don't think they really did stuff like that. I mean, I guess, who am I to say that? I also follow a guy on YouTube that kind of studies North mythology. It's a Jackson Crawford dude. I don't really watch a lot of his videos, but some of it's kind of interesting. But yeah, it's just I don't know, those kind of parts I don't really think are very accurate for how it used to be. But who am I to say that?
There was a lot of surreal aspects of it. That's true. Like they were. Oh, Jamscan just dropped his his UB key again. What are you doing, Jamscan? Why? Why? Are you what just happened?
I'm moving around stuff, dude. It's yeah. I'm sorry. I'm adjusting my monitor crap, and my computer's right here, and all that.
How are you typing that fast?
Their keyboard like that.
Yeah, but how are you typing that fast?
There's stuff that's like, my laptop's sitting on a very messy desk with a bunch of crap, and I'm kind of just like if I bump some stuff, it'll all touch my monitor. I'm actually not using. I'm using like a push to talk button, so I'm not really on. I'm not really. I should just put something. I'll move my laptop. Okay, how about that?
The fact that it all starts off at the same is a little freaky to me.
That's not really endpoint, right?
Yeah, it is.
Oh no.
Well, don't look at the character sequence above when you entered the chat, I guess.
No, I've been here for a while.
So, okay. So there's a lot of surreal stuff in the Northman, but at the end of the day, it is straight up Lion King. It's very good for adults that like violent-y things that don't have a lot of like hardcore payoff. Like there's no touchy-feely good stuff that ends this. This is very like Greek tragedy, Norse mythology type stuff. There's no happy days.
And what about the movie that I dropped in chat?
Which one?
The one that says Northman on it.
What is it the same? Hold on, let me pull
no, it's not, and that's what I'm wondering.
Oh, that's it. No. Northman.
I know, but have you seen that one?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. I'm just curious. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Eric J883, thank you so much for subscribing on Twitch. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is the Northman, and okay, so
right.
now. Willem Dafoe is Rafiki. Yes. That was exactly what I was thinking. Willem Dafoe is Rafiki. His he's literally he's in the beginning of the movie. Just like the Lion King, Simba starts out as a young child and has to like flee to get away from his uncle that has killed his father, and he grows up and comes back. Willem Dafoe is Rafiki, but Rafiki gets his head cut off for the second part of the movie. It's very funny. Very funny. No, there's no Hakuna Matata in the Northman. All right, so 13th Warrior. Let me give you my big frustrations on the 13th Warrior, and then I'm going to bail out of here. All right. I actually like the 13th Warrior. I think it's actually a pretty fun movie to watch. But as far as like Norse mythology or anything like that, Antonio Banderas is supposed to be like a consulate. He's supposed to be somebody that's... Is he Egyptian or where is he from? He's Syrian or something like that?
Yeah, I don't remember.
So
Iran, I think.
Yeah, so he gets wrapped up with these Norse people, and I think there's a scene where he's in front of the campfire and he's hearing them all like banter back and forth, and he learns their language just from listening to them banter. That is like kind of crazy. The fact that he like learns their entire language just from that seems impossible. So there's one I was like, okay, that's a little bit ridiculous. The second part is that they hand him a sword, right? They give him a sword, and I'm not going to get into the whole Norse mythology of actual swords being a thing that people have depending on their economic class, that they would just be throwing a sword to this ancillary character, because technically he's an ancillary character. He's not a fighter at this point, and they throw him a sword because economically you wouldn't do that. But anyway. So he takes his sword and he goes to a grindstone and he carves it basically into a scimitar. So before he could ever wield it correctly, he was like holding it and he was flipping around. It's too heavy and he's like doing all this stuff. Like he can't use it. So he takes it on the grindstone and carves a bunch of weight off of it into a scimitar. And then all of a sudden he can use it like very adeptly. That was kind of ridiculous. It's like just you didn't take much weight off of it. You're still not doing anything different. The whole thing is just very...
Isn't he like, he's like some kind of like priest or like holy type person?
He's a translator. Yeah, he's a priest, but he's also like a translator. Like that's his deal, is like languages and stuff. So I give him that at least. Like, okay, sure, you figured out the language, great. But the fact that he took this sword and put it on a grindstone and then all of a sudden carved a scimitar out of it, it's like, oh, now all of a sudden I'm just like pro sword guy is crazy. It's totally crazy to me.
Historically correct Viking swords weren't that heavy, so he's either a sissy or somebody was screwing up when they did the research on the movie.
Well, historically correct Viking swords were also like the highest level of nobility, the people that made the most money, and their existence is extremely rare. You wouldn't just throw it to some casual that was just there. Like
right.
Most Vikings specifically had a little bit of metal in the form of like an axe head, and then a stick that attached to the axe. Like most Viking weapons were not swords because they didn't have the money for that. Even chainmail was somewhat of something that was stolen largely from the British when they were invading them.
Wait, so you're saying that women didn't carry them and they didn't wear chainmail bikinis?
No, they didn't.
Oh man, my heart is crushed.
Yeah, no, swords, particularly for the Norse people, was something that was not that was like the highest level of nobility that you would have a sword. And even then, like, I don't know that I would put it against like a proper English sword in terms of like competency and high qualityness in its fighting capability. That also, by the way, like full mounted armor plated warriors, knights, and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. This happened decades, possibly centuries after the original Viking invasion of the UK.
Yeah,
centuries after. That's into the middle ages.
Yeah. Like the whole Viking thing happened like. The coalescing of Viking bloodlines with British bloodlines happened well before we got like full mounted, full plate knights and all that. And then the proper designing and development of swords, which I will also. There's a whole other fight that I can get into people with samurai versus proper mounted knights at the same time period. I will go to bat with some weebs. I will fight some weebs on samurai. Let me just tell you right now.
But what about the Ronin?
That happened before the Romans, I believe.
No, not Roman, Ronin.
Yeah, if you took an equal time phase, like if same timeline, there's a point where Bushido, like samurai and mounted knights, armored knights, like kind of existed at the same time frame. And if you compared their martial skills, I would 100% always, almost every day, give it to a mounted knight. An armored knight than a samurai warrior every day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, every day.
I was actually fortunate enough to go on I guess it's kind of like a troop exchange program with the Norwegian Home Guard, and I was like 20, so it was pretty cool because the legal drinking age in Norway is like 20 for hard liquor, and they took like. Even though my officers and stuff told me I shouldn't, like one of them was totally cool with it, so we all did anyway. But yeah, it was really cool, and we actually ended up had themed dinners, and one of them was like a Viking night, and like threw axes and stuff, and did a whole thing. But we had like a move. I think they had lots of references to different movies, and I was talking about it with some Norwegians, and a lot of Norwegians actually like that movie, even though it's totally bogus.
Oh yeah, it's totally an anachronism, but I'm sure they like it. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy it, but it's like totally ridiculous. Yes. Oh, who was it? Figure 11. Most fighting was done with spears. 100%. The spear is the best fighting implement for mobile infantry.
That's
like
Rob.
Foot soldiers. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm looking at YouTube. I switched over.
Yeah.
If you like your Viking history, Josh, me and Mike live about a 5-minute drive from Repton.
Oh wow, yeah, no, yeah. So 100%, I agree with you. Like most fighting was done with spears. Spears. It doesn't matter if it's Viking, British, Chinese, Japanese. Most like foot soldiers were spear wielders. And then spears just adjusted in size depending if there was horses or no horses. You'd have pikesmen if there were horses. Like it was, that was the game at a certain point.
And
Before we get into arrows, now we're going to start talking about bows, and then the whole conversation is going to go on for 2 hours.
No.
Yeah, so we're about 5 minutes from Repton, and I used to live in Liverpool, and just across the Mersey from Liverpool was Bromborough, which is where the Battle of Brunanburh went on. With the that's when King Athelstan, the first king of England, defeated the Vikings at Brunanburh.
Oh wow, that's super cool.
And then we're not going to talk about the Sunstone.
Nope.
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 Apparently not.
Did Dawn? Did you want to say something about the Sunstone?
Well, I assume you know what it is, right?
I don't know that I do. What do you?
Oh, okay. Well, I'll drop a link. It's a Viking thing where it's what they attribute the Vikings' ability to navigate the seas, because they had these crystals that they used that they etched in a very certain way. I watched this show, again from the UK. I don't know why.
Oh, you're talking about like land nav stuff with their boats. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I was just talking about fighting weapons and implement. I'm like, what are they going to do with a Sunstone? What are you talking about right now? Okay, I got you.
Oh, that allowed them to go over and navigate the seas in order to return over and over and over again to certain places.
Gotcha.
Because they could do it whether the sun was out or whether it wasn't. Even in cloudy gray skies, they could navigate.
Yeah, Dawn. There was a guy at the Pathfinder gathering, big tall dude who claimed to be of Viking origin, and he brought a piece of quartz that he claimed was, very similar to the sunstones they used to use.
So, Michael, that was the guy that had like the goats that was walking around, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I saw him and I was like, man, that is a big man. That is a very large man.
Big dude, yeah.
He's a big dude. So Michael, by the way, and I were at the gathering, the Dave Canterbury gathering in Ohio. It was a lot of fun. Michael, so what'd you think? What's your takeaway from the event?
That's about my third time there. I go about every 5 years or something.
Nice.
If you've never been there before, it's great, right? You get to sit in a lot of the introductory type classes they have. After you've been there once or twice, it's just more hanging out, the social aspect, right? But and by the way, I did not get COVID, so
I was the lucky one, I guess.
Yeah. Do you think, is it possible maybe you got it on the plane coming in?
It's possible, but I wore a mask the entire time, so who knows. A lot of people tell me all the time masks don't work, and it's like, okay, I'm not going to disagree with you, but I don't know. At the same time, I don't blame anybody at the gathering. I don't blame Dave. I don't blame anybody for my getting COVID. Like it happens. I think everybody needs to appreciate. Like I've been, particularly when we hit summertime, I'm on a plane a lot. Like I'm getting back to life. I got to get back out there, do the ham radio things and all that stuff, and I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm not gonna stop, and so it's only natural that I'm gonna get COVID. That's just what's gonna happen, and so this is what has to go with it sometimes.
Yeah. Well, sorry you had to go through it, and plus sorry it was so far from home, but.
Well, it's not ideal, but to be honest with you, I'll probably look back at this as being like, a fun time in my life where I was able to get out there and see a lot of the country. I now have a ton of places I want to get the kids and the wife in a vehicle, like hopefully an RV of some kind, and go out there. I cannot tell you how much I would love to camp in the Goblin Valley. You can buy a camping pass. Like you can just roll in there and say like I'd like a camping pass, and they'll charge you like $50 or something like that. Go get a camping pass. Stay at the Goblin Mountain or the Goblin Valley. Seriously, guys, go do that. It is so cool. You should definitely do it.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I think Vern, Vern 6, right? He's gonna stop being on Facebook, but yeah, some of the stuff that he does, because he just literally gets in the camper and goes, and all of the places that he sees and stuff. I've really wanted to do that when I retired.
I'm of the mindset that, like, who was it? God, I just watched a video about Bill Maher complaining about people that are like doing the van life thing, and he's like, "Hey, shouldn't you be retired before you start doing this stuff?"
No.
I think that if you can swing vacations when you're younger, that sees our great country, you should do it. And I would go so far as to say, like, I'm on board with all the people that backpack across the UK and do all that stuff. Like, you should try and fit that into your life when you're younger. I know it's really, really easy to get focused on, like, making money and being a professional and doing all that stuff. But you really should get out there, see our country, and see other countries. Oh man, if I didn't have kids, I'm telling you, I would do the backpacking thing right now for sure. I would definitely go to the UK, and I would do all those so many cool hikes you can do, and so many places you can go see. I would love to do that.
Have you seen on YouTube Eva Zubek?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just found her. I don't remember, one of those YouTube things where it throws it up and starts. Well, anyway, I think right now she's 26 years old, but some years ago she bought a Land Rover or something like that in Poland, and she had it restored. Her uncle and her restored it and built it out to be a camper. Mm-hmm. She had it shipped over to Mexico. And she came into Mexico, and she is driving it from Mexico to Alaska by herself.
Cool. That's cool.
And she has gotten up to Montana, and she likes Montana.
She went east. She went east to go to Alaska.
Well, she started off in Mexico.
Oh, like east side Mexico, not west side Mexico.
Yeah, she came up through Texas. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm like, because you can start out in Tijuana and you goes just up the coast. Okay,
right.
Got it.
Yeah. So,
Mexico's a big place. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know how she's going to do it but anyway, and she has a blog, and literally that's how she makes her money. People have speculated she's getting, tons of YouTube views because she's been doing YouTube for years. And she has traveled all over, Europe, etc., doing this before, but she's just now come to, this is, quote, her big adventure for now anyway, and she's just driving up the coast, and she just does these little, vlog things about every week or so on YouTube, and it's quite interesting to watch her because she is not an overlander. She doesn't know anything about it, all of that kind of stuff. But she's just like managing to get it done and learning as she goes. So it's pretty interesting to watch.
I think our YouTube algorithms are like in sync or something, Don. Because I came across her like a couple of weeks ago too, so that's kind of funny.
Well, I think I got to her from the Texas aspect for some reason, because she was going like Europeans' first visit to Texas, and so I was like, okay, I want to see what she's going to say about it. But and then I just started watching it, and like recently she went to a rodeo. She'd only heard about rodeos, so she goes to a rodeo in Montana and watches a rodeo. Anyway, she, just things like that. It's just really interesting. Now, what I think where she screwed up, she got a dog while she was in Montana, and I don't think they're going to let the dog into Canada when she tries to cross the border. But
why?
They don't like you to take. And see, she's camping. She doesn't have a home she's taking it to.
Right.
And they don't like stuff like that. Usually when you're crossing borders, they're
You have to have it for a certain amount of months, and then prove that it had its set of immunizations for.
Yeah.
Well,
and
I can
certain
see,
ones. And
I can see the immunization requirement, but that
they
seems
they
easy
might
to
even
fix.
want it neutered and all that stuff.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll see. It should just be interesting to see how she manages that.
So Don, I want to go back to the Sunstone. So yes, I watched.
Sure.
I watched the show Vikings. By the way, I did. I think
Okay.
that some of it's a bit ridiculous. I don't
did
know.
not, but-
I don't know that the Sunstone is how they did what they did. To be honest.
Well, yeah. Again, and if you read the link that I dropped, there one. There are two links. One was that science thing, and then the other one was somebody talking about the History Channel thing, and that's what I saw was the History Channel thing where they went over and they actually tried to duplicate it, and they found that it really does work the way they thought it did and all this kind of stuff. So I don't know. I mean, because what they're trying to figure out is how did Eric the Red end up in the United States, right?
I'm assuming he followed the coastline until he got there.
No, from Norway, there's no connected coastline, right?
Yeah, once you get out to the Atlantic and you go along Iceland and all that, yeah.
You have to get from Norway to Iceland, though. Iceland's a little island, right, in the middle of nowhere.
They already
not
found
really.
Iceland,
Not really. It depends on your map whatever map projections you're looking at, like a northern map. The land masses are relatively connected. There's not.
But they didn't have those
secret
maps,
spot.
right?
No, they physically can see land masses. Like if they follow the coastline, they can go.
Yeah,
around.
and the speculation was that they started in a specific direction for a specific reason, and they stayed on that direction by using this stone to make sure that they were headed in the right direction without veering one way or the other.
I mean, maybe. I guess. I don't know.
Well, they showed how they did it. Again, is it real? I don't know. It's a speculation.
This feels very much like ancient Vikings on Discovery Channel. We're going to be talking about. What?
Well, it's not that was not a dramatized type show.
Have you ever heard of the Yomkomst ship?
No.
So basically, right now there's actually a center. It's like the Yomkomst Center. It's in Moorhead, Minnesota. It's right next to Fargo, North Dakota. And basically in the 70s and 80s, I believe, there was a group of engineers and stuff that pretty much made a replica Viking ship, a longship, and they actually ended up sailing it all the way to Norway and back. And they went through the Great Lakes and stuff and all that. And it's on display. But one of my buddy's dads actually helped build it in it was a old potato barn or factory or some crap. And they just demolished the potato factory to get the ship out. But anyways, I don't know why I'm talking about this, but it's kind of what got me interested. Also, my buddy's dad lives on a lake where they have mooring stones, and this is in Minnesota. So if you know what a mooring stone is, it's they think that they used to use them as anchors. So it's just a huge boulder with a hole drilled in it, and it's how did that hole get there? It's kind of weird.
Bills. But didn't we come to kind of establish as a set base of knowledge across mankind's existence that Leif Erikson was the first person to find the U.S.?
No, I think it existed before that, actually, the Viking. Well, I mean, Leif Erikson was a Viking, but I don't know that we necessarily said he was the one, because history at some point degrades. So one would say that he is the most historically founded person potentially, but not the first, right?
Well, the Vikings had 2 settlements in Greenland apparently, right. And Greenland is not that far from Newfoundland.
No.
I mean, if you look at a northern projection of the map, like if you looked at the North Pole down, it's not a insurmountable amount of distance to get to what eventually became the United States, from like Greenland and Iceland and all that.
Yeah. I'm just saying that, we used to be taught, at least, when I was in grade school, that Christopher Columbus was obviously the first European to set sail and find the United States by accident, quote unquote, history, whatever. But it is true that Leif Erikson was technically European.
Well, he was before Christopher Columbus. Yeah, he was before Christopher Columbus. That's true. That's true. But I mean, you also have to consider where like the body of history is coming from, right? So the Spaniards at that time were the largest body of history producers, right? The Norse people probably were less prolific in their documentation of Nordic history versus Spanish history at the time. They were much more prolific in their documentation of that. And then the Spaniards got wiped out by the British, given enough time after the there was a war where the Spanish lost their armada basically, and then the UK was like, "Hey, it's our time, let's go." And then they capitalized on that, and yeah.
It turns out that fire works really well on Spanish ships.
It's the Franco-Prussian War or something like that, where
oh god, that's way earlier than that. I can't remember the name of it, but
I can't either. Anyway, at some point, the Spanish Armada was the key in that area, and then they lost a lot of their ships during a war, and then the British were like, "Oh, it's our time. It's go time." And then it was go time, and then they took over, and it was literally centuries of British rule.
Before that, wasn't it the Dutch?
Well, I mean, you had the Dutch, the Portuguese, and there was a period of time where the Dutch were a super. By the way, still superpower. Still one of my favorite. My wife and I, one of my favorite things is when like we're in a party with people, and people are just ranting about like bullshit, just randomly talking about stuff we don't care of. I look at my wife and I'm like, did you know the Dutch were a superpower at one time? just to completely disarm all the conversation that's going on, just to watch people flail about. Like, how do I respond to this completely inane comment that was pulled out of nowhere? It's one of my favorite things to do to my wife, and she's like, "The Dutch were a superpower." That's true. It's so funny.
Poor Dutch.
The Dutch East India Company.
Mm-hmm. True. So Jeff, thank you very much for the northern projection. So yeah, it's actually a really interesting look. Check this out. Like you can do. I'm not saying it's a fun boat. It's not saying it's a fun boat travel, but if you look at a northern progression of oh, that's my FTA contact. But if you get that out of the way, the North Pole actually like there's a whole lot of land to get through. Like you don't need a scrying stone to do that. Most of this is like a reverse peninsula of water, if you think about it.
Yeah. Well, I was reading through one of those articles that you were looking at. Now they said that it's maybe possible that, and in fact they don't see any actual evidence of the Norse using it, but there is evidence of cultures around them actually using those stones for navigation. So the conclusion was that yes, they could be used, but there's no historical evidence that the Norse used those stones.
Yeah, but so I will go back to everybody that watches anything Norse related. If it's not like a high king or something like that, they likely don't have swords like most people are doing. They're carrying axes. They may have mail, but the mail could be lifted off of British or people that they raided. Probably not a lot of mail fabrication. They don't have the same blacksmithy techniques that the British had at the time. A lot of axe uses, though. A lot of axes, a lot of spears, a lot of like pointy thing with wood behind it. That was a lot of what the Norse people did. And yeah, so good stuff.
Yeah,
highly effective, believe it or not.
They're still trying to figure out why all of those Vikings were massacred in England.
Now, yeah, so
because they were pissing on at the pub in York.
They pissed on the wrong pub, and then all the
No.
Yes.
Seriously, the army was in York. Right, it was in York, and they were having a bloody celebration and a piss up and God knows what. And it's the the Battle of something or other bridge, where the English crossed the bridge while they were busy partying, and they ended up being run clean out of England after they'd actually won, because the stupid bastards were too busy partying in York. And you go look it up, the Battle of something or other bridge.
But that mass grave isn't associated with that battle, right?
God knows. There'd be mass graves everywhere.
No, I think what you're thinking of, Don, is the Athelred the Unready, one of his unwise decisions, after he'd managed to get submission of the Danes after the Dane law, he decided he wanted to clear the country out and said, right, go massacre all the Danes. And they went around and just slaughtered a whole bunch of them. That provoked Canute's granddad to come and invade.
Yeah, but that would have meant, like, so this was supposedly a mass grave that was dug where just a bunch of Norse were killed and put into the grave. So it's not like there's a battle. It's like these people were literally slaughtered. And yeah.
I mean, you've got to bear in mind that they were occupiers, so the locals could have just had enough of them, wait until they were all drunk, and then murdered them.
Yeah, well, again, I think this is what. So I don't know. You know that show with Tony Robbins in it, right? That's where I saw it, and it's one of the episodes of that, the Time, whatever it is. But yeah, they went and talked about it, and they said really they don't know what it's associated with. It's just completely. It's in the middle of this field, and there's hundreds and hundreds of Vikings there that were all, most of them with their skulls completely cut off. I mean, literally split apart and stuff like that, and no women or anything like that, just men. So they really don't. There's a mystery there.
It's always so interesting to me, because at the end of the day, like I sometimes think of like Norse people as almost like Mongolian to a point, where there was an intermingling of the cultures that they interacted with, and that it almost became. I mean, we had Viking kings in Britain, right? Like there was a point where the intermingling just became
1066. The battles of York, Stamford Bridge, and Hastings. 1066. There wasn't just one invader. There was two. But anyway, look, history is fun stuff, and it gets very, very detailed. And there's a lot of it.
The thing that they kind of forget. I mean, if you look at the Vikings TV show, their worst crime was at the beginning. They acted like the Vikings didn't know where England was, and then they acted like the English didn't know that the Danish existed. And of course, they
100% that's not true. Yeah,
they knew each other. Yeah. They existed.
Yeah,
they'd interacted on the continent even before the Anglo-Saxons basically conquered what would become England.
Right.
And you got to bear in mind, in that period there was a pan-European Germanic culture, so the Vikings and the Anglo-Saxons you know, if you look at a lot of place names in England, Saxon names that have nothing to do with the Vikings, that only a century or two before the Vikings turned up, the Anglo-Saxons basically had the same material and religious culture. You know, all across central and northern Europe, they had basically the same, you know, very closely related religions. I mean, I come from a small town, and just down the road there's a place called Wedden's Cross, and of course Wedden is the Anglo-Saxon name for Odin. You know, and you know, the English knew exactly who they were. They knew what they were about. You know, it's just that the Saxons got them lazy, fat, drunk, and merry, and the Vikings caught them off guard. But they knew full well what was going on. It's just that you know, later on in the period, there's so much intermarriage going on, like Josh said, that you know, you end up with the whole thing with 1066 was that William the Bastard actually did have a tenuous claim on the throne blood.
Yep.
Through his grandmother or great grandmother, who was King Athelstan of England's sister. You know, so it was a mess by the end of there was no difference between the Vikings and the English by the end of the Viking period.
Right. So I mean, but that's kind of an interesting point about the Mongolians too, is that at the end of the day, it was their adjacency to convenient culture and the lifestyle of convenience and agriculture that actually took away that edge they had. That's what took the Mongolians out. That's why once Genghis Khan actually passed, that the intensity that they had started to wane, right? And you could see the same thing with the Vikings. It's actually a really fantastically interesting aspect.
The Mongols, they went back when Kublai Khan died or something. They had to go back with tradition. Even though they were winning and dominant and everything, they had to go back to settle the states once their king died. The Khan died, and they never came back into Europe after that.
Right.
So, you know, that's another little interesting.
But once you got to the Kublai point, then it was already past Genghis being the intensity, the highest intensity of the Mongol
all
rule.
empires. You know,
now we're getting super nerdy.
They're like a child. You know, they grow up, they get strong and smart and dominant, and then they have middle age, and then they die off. I mean, you look at the history of the history of empires in the world. It's extremely interesting. And you know what's even more interesting is the common factor in their decline is two things: the belief that they can print money without consequence, and the belief that they can re-establish their dominance by more war. And that's a common thing through history.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Massive history and futile wars. How, you know, all the empires go that way.
I agree with you, but I actually think that the intensity, like, if you look at the Mongols in particular, the intensity of their capability literally existed at the point where they were the least funded. They were literally subsisting off of stealing off of others, and that's where they were the most prominent and the most powerful. But once they
off the land by armies is
yeah, but hear me out.
That persisted long time.
Oh, I agree. I agree. I'm not disagreeing with that. But my point is that once that warring army with the higher power starts to integrate into the society of decadence that they are warring with or stealing from, that begins to take away the intensity of their capability in the war front. The longer that they intermingle with the softer society, and then politics gets involved and the complexities that is involved in that takes away their capability. Exactly. And that is what, and then they're no longer the invading group. They're no longer capable of that intensity.
They become the
lose
elite.
it.
It's a bit like the neocons in America.
Well, I'm not getting into that. I'm not getting into that.
Hey, Josh,
All right.
do you listen to Dan Carlin's?
Of course I do listen to Dan Carlin.
Say,
Hardcore history is
exactly,
my most favorite thing ever. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say I'm pretty sure I've listened to the whole Mongol podcast. That is
Oh,
exactly the points he makes in that.
I think I've literally listened to that twice.
Yeah,
full length and all of them. I think there's 6 episodes. They're all like 3+ hours. But okay, guys, we've hit my limit. I'm heading out. I appreciate everybody watching us on YouTube. We're doing the after chat here. I appreciate that we went way off into the weeds there outside of ham radio, but that's kind of how it goes on the after chat. So I hope you had fun, and if you do find this interesting, consider joining us on the Discord, and then you can be involved in the voice discussion as well with folks like N5SKT and Jeff and Tom. Thank you joining us for Tom. I haven't talked to you in a long time. I appreciate you joining us out here. I really do. It's been quite a while since we talked, but VK Tom. Right on.
Yeah, no worries.
And even Endpoint was in here for a few.
Yeah,
minutes.
Endpoint was here too. Yeah, right on. God, I haven't seen that guy in a long time.
Yeah.
Oof. All right, everybody. I'm gonna head out of the Discord. I'll say goodnight to everybody. You guys keep talking, keep chatting about your beliefs in fighting old, historic areas. What's the next thing? I think maybe if I wrap up here, what time is it? I might watch Everything Everywhere All at Once with Leia. I really, 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 really want to watch that with Leia. So get the kids to sleep, and hopefully I'll be able to watch that. All right, guys. If you haven't, go watch that movie. By the way, Everything Everywhere All at Once is supposed to be like the Matrix of the current generation. So Oberstanoble, thank you so much for subscribing. Don, were you going to say something?
No, I was just going to say 73 and take some rest, man.
Yeah, well, no rest for the weary. I'll get up, and I got to go to work, I think, in the morning, and then I'll try and wrap up some videos. I have, literally...
On Sunday, you have to work?
I don't have to, but because I was out all last week, I have to reschedule a bunch of mid-year reviews that I have with people.
Oh God, that's why I don't do management.
I have 45 mid-year reviews that I have to reschedule right now.
Oh crap, that was due.
Oh jeez.
That's how many people I have. That's just the directs. I'm not talking about anything else. So, all right, guys. Thanks so much for everybody watching, and I'll talk to you later on the Discord. See ya.
We're gonna do your review, and by the way, you've just been exposed to COVID.
Right, exactly.
Anyway, have fun, Josh.
All right, see ya. All right, we're out of the Discord. Thanks so much for everybody for watching. I do appreciate everybody taking the time out of their schedule to hang out and do the whole thing. We'll do this again next week because I think honestly one of the things that we can do better at always, and I find myself falling in this hole, is that ham radio, we all start out at a point, and I made lots of videos talking about starting on ham radio, and those were years ago at this point, right? And I can remake them all the time, but you know what, why don't we just do the live stream and have everybody talk about their issues that they're going through, because you know what, that a lot of people are sharing those issues. So let's solve it live. So if you're watching this and you'd like to join us out here, hit us up on the Discord. The Discord is the best place to get your ham radio questions answered. They're there 24/7. There's always somebody out there, and sure enough, I'll be out there for the live streams on the weekend, but I'm sure you'll get your your question answered before I get to it. So anyway, I'm Josh, KI6NAZ. Thanks for watching the After Chat, and I'll talk to you later. And I'm Ben. There you go. Ben got in there. All right, we'll play the song. Take it easy, guys. See ya. Are you supposed to be in bed?
Edison's in my bed.
Edison is in your bed?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Get in bed. Get in bed. You're gonna get
It's in my
COVID.
bed.
Huh?
Edison's in my bed.
So get in his bed.
It's gross in there.
It's gross in there?
It smells like pee.
Sleep on the couch. Taco Cat spelled backwards is Taco Cat. Let's go. Race car spelled backwards is race car. Take it easy, everybody. Have a great rest of your weekend. Enjoy your Sunday. And I'm sorry you have to go back to work on Monday.